The year is 1405. A fleet assembles in darkness. 200 ships, 27,000 men. The largest armada the world has ever seen. And no one in Europe knows it's happening. His name is Zheng He. He's a Muslim eunuch in the service of the Ming Emperor, a warrior, a diplomat, a navigator. By the time he's finished, he'll have sailed farther than any explorer before Columbus. He'll have touched 3 continents. He'll have commanded the most sophisticated naval technology on Earth. And then China will burn every record, destroy every ship, and forget he ever existed. This is the story of the greatest voyages you've never heard of. 7 expeditions, 28 years, from the Java Sea to the coast of Africa. These weren't voyages of conquest. They weren't about claiming land or planting flags. They were something stranger, something more ambitious. They were about showing the world that China was the center of civilization, that the Ming Emperor's power reached beyond any horizon, that tribute and trade and diplomatic recognition should flow to Beijing like rivers to the sea. And it worked. For 3 decades, it worked brilliantly, until the day China turned inward, closed its ports, declared that the world beyond its borders didn't matter. The treasure fleet? A waste of resources. The maritime charts? Dangerous knowledge. The ships themselves? Deliberately rotted at their moorings. Within a century, it was as if Zheng He had never sailed at all. But the ocean remembers. The ports remember. And buried in archives from Calicut to Cairo to Malacca, the evidence remains. Chinese porcelain in East African graves, giraffe bones in Ming imperial zoos, Arabic inscriptions on stone pillars erected by Chinese admirals in Sri Lanka. The question isn't whether these voyages happened. The question is why. Why did China launch the largest naval expeditions in history only to deliberately erase them from memory? Why did the most powerful maritime nation on Earth choose to forget the sea? Tonight, we're going to sail with Zheng He. We're going to stand on the deck of a treasure ship as it leaves Nanjing harbor. We're going to navigate by stars and currents and centuries of accumulated knowledge. We're going to witness diplomatic ceremonies in tropical ports. We're going to see what happens when the Middle Kingdom decides to show itself to the world. And we're going to try to understand why, after achieving something unprecedented, China chose to act as if it had never happened at all. The wind is rising. The tide is turning. The fleet awaits. Let's begin. Chapter 1. The world that made Zheng He. To understand the treasure fleet, you need to understand Zheng He. You need to understand Yunnan province in 1371. This is China's southwest frontier, mountainous, remote, different. For centuries, it's been home to the Mongols, who conquered China in the previous century. And it's been home to Muslim communities who traveled the Silk Road and settled here generations ago. Chinese, Muslim, Buddhist, Confucian, all of it mixing together in the valleys and mountain passes. Zheng He is born Ma He. The Ma family are Hui Muslims. His father and grandfather both made the pilgrimage to Mecca. This isn't unusual in Yunnan. What is unusual is what's about to happen. The Ming Dynasty is new, only 3 years old. The previous Mongol Yuan dynasty ruled China for nearly a century, but they've been overthrown by a peasant rebel who crowned himself the Hongwu Emperor. Now the Ming forces are consolidating control, sweeping through provinces that remained loyal to the Mongols, establishing dominance, making examples. In 1381, Ming troops arrive in Yunnan. Ma He is 10 years old. What happens next is brutal and deliberate. The Ming forces castrate hundreds of young boys from Mongol and Muslim families. It's a calculated cruelty, a way to break the spirit of these communities while acquiring servants for the imperial household. Boys who can never have families of their own. Boys whose loyalty must flow upward to the emperor because there's nowhere else for it to go. Ma He becomes one of these boys. His childhood ends in a military camp in Yunnan. His father is killed in the fighting, his family scattered, and he's taken north to serve in the household of the emperor's son. This is where most stories like this would end, in bitterness, in broken spirits, in servants who fade into the background of imperial life. But Ma He doesn't fade. He grows tall. Exceptionally tall for his time, perhaps 7 feet. He studies military strategy, Confucian classics, diplomacy, languages. He serves the prince who will become the Yongle emperor, and somehow, despite everything that's been taken from him, he becomes indispensable. When the prince rebels against his nephew the emperor in a bloody civil war, Ma He fights at his side. When the prince takes the throne in 1402 and declares himself the Yongle emperor, Ma He is there, trusted, valued, given a new name by the emperor himself, Zheng He. Within 3 years, this former child captive from a Muslim family in Yunnan will be standing on the deck of the largest ship ever built, commanding a fleet that dwarfs anything Europe will produce for another 4 centuries. But why? Why does the Yongle Emperor decide to build this fleet? Why does he choose Zheng He to command it? The answer lies in power. Specifically, in the fragility of power. The Yongle Emperor is a usurper. He took the throne from his nephew in a civil war. He burned Nanjing to take it. The previous emperor, his nephew, either died in the palace fire or escaped. No one knows for certain. There are rumors, always rumors, that the rightful emperor fled south, that he's hiding in Southeast Asia, that he's gathering support for a counter-rebellion. The Yongle Emperor needs to project strength. He needs to send a message so loud, so unmistakable, that every nation from Japan to Arabia understands. The Ming Dynasty is legitimate. The Ming Dynasty is powerful. The Ming Dynasty is the center of the civilized world, and tributary relationships need to be restored. Let's talk about tribute for a moment, because this is essential to understanding what the treasure fleet is actually doing. The Chinese tributary system isn't colonialism in the European sense. China doesn't want to occupy your country. China doesn't want to convert you to Confucianism or rule your people directly. What China wants is recognition, symbolic submission, an acknowledgement that the Chinese emperor sits at the center of the world's political and cultural hierarchy. Here's how it works. Your king sends envoys to Beijing bearing gifts, tribute. These envoys perform the kowtow, the ritual prostration before the emperor. In return, the emperor gives gifts back, usually much more valuable than what you brought. Trading missions are authorized. Your merchants can do business in Chinese ports. Your status is elevated. You're now part of the civilized world order, with China at its center. It's theater. Profitable theater. The tributary states get access to Chinese goods, Chinese markets, and Chinese diplomatic protection. China gets acknowledgement of its supremacy without the expense of occupation. Everyone benefits as long as everyone plays along. But the system had broken down during the Mongol Yuan dynasty, and now it needs to be reestablished. The emperor needs these tributary relationships restored. He needs foreign kings sending envoys. He needs the kowtow performed. He needs the world to recognize Ming legitimacy. You can't do that with letters. You can't do that with threats. You need to show up in person with overwhelming force, with gifts so spectacular that refusal is unthinkable, with ships so large they seem to bend the laws of nature. You need the treasure fleet. The orders go out in 1403. Build ships. The largest ships ever constructed. Not just a few, hundreds. Assemble a fleet that will make the ocean itself seem small. Find the best navigators, the best translators, the best diplomats. Stock the holds with silk, porcelain, lacquerware, bronze vessels, and silver. Enough to demonstrate China's wealth without depleting it. And find the right commander. Someone loyal, absolutely. Someone intelligent. Someone who understands military discipline and diplomatic nuance. Someone who speaks multiple languages. Someone the emperor trusts completely. Zheng He is 32 years old when he's given command. The Longjiang shipyard sits on the Yangtze River just outside Nanjing. It's been building ships for centuries, but nothing like this, nothing even close. The treasure ships, the baochuan, are monstrous, 440 feet long, 180 feet wide, 9 masts, 4 decks, watertight compartments below the waterline that make them nearly unsinkable. Balanced rudders that allow them to turn despite their size. These ships displace over 3,000 tons. To put that in perspective, Columbus's Santa Maria, built 90 years later, is 85 feet long and displaces about 100 tons. One treasure ship could carry 4 Santa Marias on its deck. And Zheng He's fleet will have over 60 of these giants, plus dozens of support vessels, supply ships, combat ships, water tankers, transports for horses, and patrol boats. The numbers are staggering. Historians argue about the exact figures, but even conservative estimates put the first voyage at over 300 vessels and 27,000 men. The construction takes 2 years. The finest teak and camphor wood from Sichuan and Hunan provinces, iron nails and fittings forged in government foundries, rope woven from hemp, sails stitched from thousands of yards of canvas, reinforced with bamboo battens in the Chinese style. The ships are painted, hulls in red or green, decorated with dragons and clouds. The sails bear characters identifying the ship's function and place in the fleet hierarchy. Each ship is a technological marvel. The watertight compartment system means that even if the hull is breached, only one section floods. The rest of the ship stays afloat. The multiple masts can be adjusted independently, allowing the ship to sail in different wind conditions. The balanced rudder is suspended from above and below, making it far more effective than European designs of the same period. And the ships are armed, not for conquest, but for presence, to show that China has the power to enforce its diplomatic wishes if necessary. Bronze cannons, crossbows, fire arrows, gunpowder weapons. Each treasure ship carries hundreds of soldiers in addition to its sailors. While the ships are being built, another massive operation is underway, gathering the cargo, the gifts that will represent Chinese civilization to the world. Imperial workshops across China receive orders, produce silk, the finest brocades, embroidered with dragons and phoenixes in cloud patterns. Weave it in colors that require dozens of dyes: midnight blue, vermilion, jade green, imperial yellow. Make it so fine that light passes through it. Make it in quantities that seem impossible. The kilns at Jingdezhen fire porcelain, blue and white. Celadon, white, decorated with landscapes, calligraphy, floral patterns, bowls, vases, plates, cups, not for domestic use, for export, for gifts, for demonstrating that China can transform clay and fire into objects of impossible delicacy and beauty. Bronze vessels, incense burners, mirrors, lacquerware inlaid with mother-of-pearl, iron implements, tools, books, scrolls of painting and calligraphy, coins, millions of copper cash and silver taels to use for local purchases in foreign ports. The message is clear. China doesn't need anything from you. China has everything. China is offering you the opportunity to participate in the civilized world by acknowledging the emperor's supremacy. In exchange, you'll receive trade access and gifts that are probably more valuable than what you brought. It's diplomacy as display, power through generosity, overwhelming hospitality as a form of conquest. And it will work brilliantly. But first, the ships must be crewed. 27,000 men don't just appear. They need to be recruited, trained, organized into a functioning hierarchy. This isn't a merchant venture. This is a naval expedition with the complexity of a military campaign and the diplomatic sensitivity of a royal embassy. The crew breaks down into distinct groups. The sailors, experienced mariners who know the coast, who've sailed to Southeast Asia before, who understand currents and winds and navigation. The soldiers, troops from the Imperial Guard, armed and trained, there to provide security and project force if needed. The translators, men who speak Arabic, Persian, Tamil, Malay, Javanese. The merchants, officials, and traders who'll conduct the actual business negotiations. The craftsmen, carpenters, sailmakers, cooks, doctors, astronomers, scribes, and the bureaucrats. Because this is a Chinese expedition, so of course there are bureaucrats, record keepers who'll document every exchange, every gift given and received, every diplomatic interaction. This expedition will be meticulously accounted for. Zheng He himself selects the senior officers. Many are fellow Muslims, men he's served with, men he trusts. Wang Jinhong will be his second in command. Other captains are drawn from military families, from the Imperial Guard, from the maritime provinces where seafaring is in the blood. The preparations take 3 years in total. Ships built, supplies gathered, men recruited and trained. The astronomical calculations made, because the fleet will navigate using the stars, and those calculations need to be precise. The diplomatic protocols rehearsed, the gifts inventoried and loaded. By the summer of 1405, the fleet is ready. 208 ships, 27,800 men, enough supplies for 2 years at sea, enough gifts to fill warehouses in 12 foreign capitals. The Yongle Emperor himself comes to the docks to see them off. He gives Zheng He final instructions. Re-establish the tributary relationships. Show the flag in every major port from Java to Calicut. Make it clear that the Ming Dynasty is the legitimate government of China, recognized by heaven and by the civilized world. Find out if his nephew, the previous emperor, is hiding somewhere in Southeast Asia. And bring back tribute, exotic goods, animals, envoys. Proof that the emperor's reach extends beyond any horizon. Zheng He bows, performs the kowtow, accepts the imperial seal that grants him authority to speak for the emperor himself, and turns to face his fleet. The first voyage is about to begin. Chapter 2. Into the southern seas. The fleet doesn't just sail out to sea. This isn't possible. The ships are too large, the river too shallow in places. The journey from Nanjing to the ocean is itself a logistical achievement. They move down the Yangtze first. Slowly, the great ships have shallow drafts for their size, but they still need careful navigation. The current helps, but the wind is tricky in the river valley. Some ships need to be towed through difficult sections. The journey to the river mouth takes weeks. At the coast, they'll transfer to deeper water and regroup. Wait for the monsoon winds, because that's the secret of Asian maritime trade. The monsoons are predictable, reliable. The summer monsoon blows from the southwest, carrying ships from the Indian Ocean to China. The winter monsoon blows from the northeast, carrying ships back. If you time it right, the wind does half the work for you. Zheng He is waiting for the winter monsoon. He'll ride it south and west, down the coast of Vietnam, across to the Malay Peninsula, through the straits, and into the Indian Ocean. Navigation in 1405 is sophisticated, at least by Chinese standards. The compass has been used in China for over a century, not the Western compass with its card marked in degrees. The Chinese compass uses 24 directional points and is integrated with feng shui and cosmological calculations. But it works. It tells you which direction is north even when you can't see the stars. The navigators use a technique called observing the needle and following the stars. The compass gives you direction. Star altitude measurements give you latitude. You can't calculate longitude yet. That won't be solved for another 3 centuries. But you don't need to. You navigate by dead reckoning. Distance times direction equals position. If you know how far you've traveled and which direction you've been going, you know roughly where you are. and you have charts. Generations of Chinese and Arab and Indian sailors have mapped these routes. The charts show coastlines, islands, shoals, currents, landmarks. They're annotated with sailing times between ports, descriptions of water depth, warnings about pirates and reefs. Some of these charts go back centuries. They're kept by maritime families, passed down, updated with each generation's experience. Zheng He's fleet doesn't have to discover routes. The routes are known. Chinese ships have been sailing to Southeast Asia for centuries. Arab traders have been crossing the Indian Ocean even longer. The treasure fleet's innovation isn't the voyage itself. It's the scale. It's showing up in force. It's the political and diplomatic purpose behind what merchants have been doing for generations. By late November 1405, the fleet is assembled off the Fujian coast. The monsoon is building. The wind swings to the northeast. The weather is clear. The ship's captains signal readiness. The fleet sets sail for Champa, modern-day Vietnam, the first stop on a journey that will take them further than any Chinese fleet has ever gone before. Imagine standing on the deck of one of these treasure ships at sea. The ship is so large that from the bow, you can barely see the stern. The deck is crowded with activity. Sailors adjusting rigging, soldiers conducting drills, merchants checking cargo, officials recording observations. 9 masts rise overhead, each sail marked with characters and symbols. The ship moves steadily through the water, barely rolling despite the ocean swell. The balanced rudder responds smoothly to the helmsman's adjustments. Around you, the fleet stretches across the ocean. Ships in every direction, maintaining formation, signal flags passing messages between vessels. At night, lanterns mark each ship's position. Hundreds of lights floating on the dark water like a constellation that's descended to Earth. You can hear the ocean, the creaking of wood and rope, the wind filling canvas, the calls of the crew, the rhythmic sound of water against the hull. Occasionally, dolphins appear, racing alongside the ships. Flying fish break the surface. The smell is salt and tar, and the distinctive odor of thousands of men living in close quarters at sea. For the crew, life aboard is structured and hierarchical. The officers have private cabins. The soldiers and sailors sleep in crowded quarters below deck. Meals are rice, dried fish, pickled vegetables. Fresh water is rationed carefully. Each ship carries large ceramic jars in the hold, but water consumption is monitored daily. Officers get tea, regular crew get water. The ships carry chickens and pigs in pens on deck, fresh eggs, occasional fresh meat. As the voyage continues, the livestock gets slaughtered and eaten. By the end of long passages, everyone's back to dried and preserved food. Medical care is surprisingly sophisticated. Each ship has a doctor trained in traditional Chinese medicine. They carry herbs, acupuncture needles, surgical tools. They know how to set broken bones, treat fevers, deal with the injuries that are inevitable when hundreds of men are working with heavy rope and wood at sea. They also understand scurvy. Chinese maritime medicine has known for centuries that certain foods prevent it. The fleet carries supplies of dried fruits and certain types of preserved vegetables specifically for this purpose. After approximately 2 weeks at sea, the coast of Champa appears on the horizon. The fleet approaches carefully. These ships are far too large to beach or dock at most harbors. They anchor offshore, and smaller boats ferry people and cargo to land. Champa is a tributary state already. They're expecting the fleet. Word travels faster than ships in this part of the world, and Chinese officials sent advance notice. But they're not expecting this. Nothing has prepared them for the scale of what's approaching. Over 200 ships, tens of thousands of men, treasure ships that dwarf anything in Champa's harbor. This isn't a trade mission. This is a statement, a demonstration. The new emperor showing the region what Ming China looks like. The local king comes to meet the fleet. He brings gifts, local products, elephant ivory, aromatic woods, tropical birds. The presentation is formal. Diplomatic protocols are observed. Zheng He receives the gifts on behalf of the emperor. In return, he presents gifts from the imperial court: silk, porcelain, bronze vessels, gifts that are ostentatiously more valuable than what Champa brought. The message is clear. China doesn't need Champa's goods. China is wealthy enough to give gifts far exceeding what it receives. The tributary relationship isn't about economic extraction. It's about acknowledgement, about Champa accepting its place in the world order, with China at the center. The ceremony is repeated in port after port: Java, Palembang, Malacca. Each time, the local ruler comes, presents tribute, receives gifts, acknowledges the emperor's supremacy. Sometimes they're enthusiastic about this, sometimes less so. But with over 200 ships anchored offshore, disagreement seems unwise. The fleet is doing exactly what it was sent to do, showing the flag, establishing presence, making it clear that the Ming Dynasty is powerful, legitimate, wealthy, and expects acknowledgement of this reality. But Zheng He has another task, one more delicate. The Yongle Emperor wants to know if his nephew escaped the burning palace during the Civil War, if the previous emperor is hiding somewhere in Southeast Asia, if he's gathering support for a counter-rebellion. This part of the mission is secret. Zheng He meets with informants, merchants, local officials who might have seen something, heard rumors. He asks carefully, discreetly. He sends small teams inland to investigate reports. He interrogates anyone who claims to have information. He finds nothing. No trace of the missing emperor. No evidence of a conspiracy. If the previous emperor escaped, he left no trail. More likely, he died in the palace fire. But the Yongle Emperor needs certainty. Zheng He will continue looking. Meanwhile, the diplomatic mission continues. At Malacca, the local chief isn't quite a king yet. He's trying to establish independence from Siam and Majapahit, the regional powers competing for control over the straits. Zheng He sees an opportunity. He recognizes the chief as a legitimate tributary king, gives him gifts, establishes formal relations. Essentially, China is backing Malacca's independence. This is brilliant strategy. Malacca controls the strait, the bottleneck through which all trade between the Indian Ocean and the South China Sea must pass. Having a friendly, dependent tributary state controlling this strategic point is enormously valuable. Malacca gets Chinese support and recognition. China gets a loyal ally at one of the world's most important maritime choke points. Over the following centuries, this relationship will prove crucial. Malacca will become one of the greatest trading ports in the world, precisely because of Chinese support. Merchants from Arabia, India, Southeast Asia, and China will converge here. Languages and religions and goods from half the world will meet in Malacca's markets, and the city will remain loyal to China, sending tributary missions, acknowledging the emperor's supremacy long after the treasure fleet itself is forgotten. But that's in the future. For now, Zheng He's fleet is continuing west, through the strait, into the Indian Ocean, toward lands that few Chinese have ever visited, toward cities whose names are legendary but whose reality is unknown. The monsoon wind shifts, the fleet adjusts its sails, and the ships turn southwest toward the coast of Ceylon and the ports of India. The first voyage has only just begun. The Indian Ocean is different from the South China Sea. Larger, deeper. The waves are bigger, longer. The distances between landfalls are measured in weeks rather than days. This is where the treasure ships prove their worth. Smaller vessels would struggle with these swells. The massive treasure ships ride through them steadily, their size and construction absorbing the ocean's power. The crossing to Ceylon takes approximately 2 weeks. Navigation is by dead reckoning and star sights. The navigators measure the altitude of Polaris and Southern stars, calculating latitude. They track the ship's speed by throwing a log overboard and timing how fast it passes. Distance equals speed times time. Plot it on the chart. Adjust for currents. Watch for landmarks. And watch for pirates. The Indian Ocean has always been dangerous for merchant ships. Pirates operate from hidden harbors in the Maldives, from bases along the Indian coast, from remote islands. They prey on isolated vessels, on ships separated from convoys. They're looking for valuable cargo and crew to ransom. But the treasure fleet isn't vulnerable. Each ship is armed and carries trained soldiers. The fleet travels together. Over 200 ships is not a target any pirate would approach. Even if pirates wanted to attack, what would they do? Board a ship with hundreds of armed soldiers aboard? Attack a fleet that includes dedicated warships? The treasure fleet's presence in the Indian Ocean is changing the security environment. Pirates who've operated with impunity for generations are suddenly facing a fleet that could eliminate them entirely if it chose to. Some pirate bases simply empty out when they hear the fleet is approaching. Others make accommodations, trying to avoid conflict with this overwhelming force. Still, tensions exist. The fleet needs provisions, fresh water, food. Sometimes local rulers are cooperative, sometimes less so. And sometimes there are misunderstandings about who's in charge. This will become a problem, not on this first voyage, but later. For now, the fleet is focused on its diplomatic mission. Ceylon is coming into view. Ceylon, modern Sri Lanka, an island kingdom sitting astride the Indian Ocean trade routes. Buddhist, wealthy from trade in cinnamon, gems, and elephants, and strategically positioned exactly where ships crossing from Southeast Asia to India naturally make landfall. The fleet anchors offshore. Again, the ships are too large to enter most harbors. Small boats ferry officials and goods to shore. Local authorities approach with curiosity and some apprehension. This many ships, this much military force. What does China want? Zheng He presents his credentials. Letters from the Yongle Emperor. Requests for the Ceylonese king to send tributary missions to Beijing. Gifts, silk, porcelain, bronze vessels, silver. The message is familiar by now. China seeks formal recognition of the emperor's supremacy. In return, Ceylon receives trade access, valuable gifts, and Chinese diplomatic support. The Ceylonese authorities are polite, but non-committal. They'll convey the message to their king. They accept the gifts. They provide the fleet with fresh water and provisions, but they don't immediately agree to the tributary relationship. This is acceptable to Zheng He. The first voyage is about establishing contact, demonstrating China's power and wealth, making the case for tributary relations. He's not expecting every kingdom to immediately submit. That will come later, after they've had time to consider what they've seen. Zheng He is Muslim, but he's also pragmatic and culturally sophisticated. He visits Buddhist temples in Ceylon, makes donations, shows respect for local religious traditions. This isn't hypocrisy, it's diplomacy. The Ming court expects its representatives to adapt to local customs, to demonstrate that China values the tributary states enough to understand and honor their cultures. The fleet spends several weeks in Ceylon. Some ships need repairs after the ocean crossing. Provisions need to be loaded. Water barrels refilled. And Zheng He continues his intelligence gathering. Still looking for any trace of the missing emperor. Still asking questions. Still finding nothing. By early 1406, the fleet is ready to continue. The next destination is Calicut, on the southwestern coast of India, one of the greatest trading ports in the Indian Ocean, the city where Arab, Chinese, Indian, African, and Southeast Asian merchants converge, the heart of the spice trade. The monsoon is still favorable. The fleet sets sail northwest across the Laccadive Sea, Calicut. The Chinese call it Guli. The Arabs know it as Calicut. For centuries, it's been the primary port for the spice trade. Pepper, cardamom, cinnamon, cloves. The spices grow in the interior, in the mountain forests of the Western Ghats, and in Ceylon. They're transported to Calicut, where merchants from across the Indian Ocean come to buy them. The city is cosmopolitan in a way few places in the world can match. You hear Arabic, Tamil, Malayalam, Chinese, Persian, even some African languages on the docks. Mosques, Hindu temples, and trading houses from a dozen nations cluster along the waterfront. Ships from every corner of the Indian Ocean world fill the harbor. The local ruler is called the Zamarin. He's not exactly a king in the Chinese sense. His authority is more commercial than territorial. But he controls Calicut, and Calicut controls much of the spice trade. He's grown wealthy by keeping the port open, maintaining security, and taxing trade fairly enough that merchants keep coming. The Zamarin hears about the fleet before it arrives. Merchants who've come from Southeast Asia bring news. 200 ships, tens of thousands of men, Chinese officials seeking to establish formal relations. The Zamorin is intrigued. China is a major market for spices. Good relations with China could be extremely profitable. When Zheng He's fleet anchors offshore, the Zamorin comes to meet them personally. This is a mark of respect and good business sense. He boards one of the treasure ships, carefully, because these vessels dwarf anything in Calicut's harbor. He's received with full diplomatic ceremony. Zheng He presents the emperor's letter, requests that the Zamorin send tributary missions to Beijing, offers gifts, the usual silk, porcelain, bronze, silver. But he also offers something more valuable: guaranteed Chinese trade. If Calicut sends tribute, if the Zamorin acknowledges the emperor's supremacy, Chinese merchants will receive official authorization to trade in Calicut. The relationship will be formalized and protected. The Zamorin understands the offer. This is advantageous. The tributary gifts he'd send to Beijing would be more than repaid by the gifts he'd receive in return. Plus, the trade access is valuable, and acknowledging the distant Chinese emperor's supremacy costs him nothing in practical terms. China isn't trying to control Calicut. They just want the ritual recognition. The Zamorin agrees. He'll send envoys to Beijing. He'll present tribute. He'll acknowledge the tributary relationship. In return, he expects the trade relationship to flourish, and he expects China to respect Calicut's position in the regional trade network. This is exactly the outcome Zheng He was sent to achieve: a major Indian Ocean power agreeing to tributary relations, formal acknowledgement of Ming legitimacy, trade relationships established, all without conflict, all through demonstration of wealth and power, and the offer of mutually beneficial arrangements. The fleet remains in Calicut for over a month. Trade happens. Chinese merchants exchange porcelain and silk for pepper and other spices. The ships take on provisions. Repairs are made, and Zheng He establishes a pattern that will be repeated on future voyages. Calicut becomes a regular stop, a waypoint, a place where the fleet knows it will be welcomed and supplied. Some crew members stay behind: translators, trade representatives, men who'll live in Calicut and facilitate commerce between voyages. Similarly, Indian merchants and officials join the fleet, planning to travel to China to establish their own trade relationships. This exchange of people is as important as the exchange of goods. It creates human connections that make the tributary system work. By mid-1406, the fleet is preparing to return to China. The monsoon will shift soon. The summer monsoon blows from the southwest, carrying ships from the Indian Ocean back towards Southeast Asia and China. Zheng He needs to time the departure carefully. Leave too early, and you're fighting against the wind. Leave too late, and you're caught in transitional weather that can be unpredictable and dangerous. The fleet sets sail from Calicut in late spring. They'll retrace their route: Ceylon, Malacca, the South China Sea, home. But they're not returning empty-handed. The ships are loaded with goods purchased in Indian Ocean ports: spices, precious stones, incense, medicinal herbs, exotic woods. They're carrying envoys from multiple kingdoms, representatives who'll perform the kowtow before the Yongle Emperor, officially establishing tributary relationships. And they're carrying something else, something unexpected. something that will create enormous excitement at the Ming court: a giraffe. The giraffe came from Arab traders who acquired it in East Africa. They brought it to Calicut, knowing that exotic animals fetch high prices in Asian markets. When Zheng He sees it, he immediately understands its value, not just as a curiosity, but as a symbol. In Chinese mythology, there's a creature called a qilin, a chimeric animal that appears during the reign of a wise and virtuous ruler. It's described as having a deer's body, an ox's tail, horse's hooves, and a single horn. It's a good omen, a sign of heavenly approval. Now, a giraffe doesn't exactly match this description, but it's close enough, especially if you're creative with the interpretation. Long neck, horn-like ossicones, exotic and otherworldly. If you present this animal to the emperor as a qilin, as evidence that heaven approves of his rule, the political value is enormous. The giraffe is carefully loaded aboard one of the treasure ships. A special enclosure is constructed on deck. Handlers who understand the animal's needs are hired to care for it during the voyage. The fleet needs to keep this creature alive. It's going to validate the emperor's legitimacy more effectively than 100 diplomatic missions. The return voyage is faster than the outbound journey. The monsoon wind is strong and favorable. The fleet knows the route now. They've established relationships in the ports. Provisioning is easier. Ceylon welcomes them. Malacca provides supplies and fresh water without hesitation. By late 1406, the fleet is back in the South China Sea. By autumn, they're approaching the Chinese coast. Word has been sent ahead. The emperor knows they're coming. The court is preparing to receive the tributary envoys. Officials are arranging ceremonies. The entire apparatus of Ming bureaucracy is mobilizing to properly acknowledge this triumph. The fleet sails up the Yangtze. After more than a year at sea, after over 20,000 miles sailed, the ships return to Nanjing. The city turns out to watch them arrive. These massive vessels, these crews who've traveled to the edge of the known world and returned, heroes. Proof that China is the greatest maritime power on earth. Zheng He goes directly to the palace. He performs the kowtow before the Yongle emperor. He presents the official reports, the tributary relationships established, the trade agreements signed, the goods acquired, the diplomatic intelligence gathered, and then he presents the giraffe. The court is stunned. This creature, tall as 3 men, with its impossible neck and strange proportions, is immediately declared a qilin. Official artists are commissioned to paint it. Poems are written celebrating its arrival. The emperor accepts it as confirmation that heaven approves of his rule, that the Ming Dynasty is legitimate, that his usurpation of the throne was justified by his virtue and heaven's mandate. The tributary envoys perform their ceremonies. Kings and chiefs from Java, Sumatra, Malacca, and Calicut send representatives who kowtow to the emperor, present gifts, and receive even more valuable gifts in return. The tributary system is functioning exactly as designed. The Yongle emperor is pleased, extremely pleased. The first voyage exceeded his expectations. Tributary relationships established. Trade expanded. Chinese prestige demonstrated across the Indian Ocean. And a qilin delivered to confirm heaven's approval? He orders preparations to begin immediately for a second voyage, larger than the first, with more ships, more men, traveling further, visiting more ports, expanding the tributary network even more. Zheng He is 40 years old. He's just completed one of history's greatest maritime expeditions. He's exhausted. He's been at sea for over a year. He's traveled further than most people in 1407 can imagine. And he's about to do it all again. Chapter 3. The Expansion. The second voyage launches in 1407. Only months after the first fleet returned, the shipyards have been working continuously. New treasure ships have been built. Damaged vessels from the first voyage have been repaired. The crew is partially new, younger sailors eager to see the world, soldiers seeking adventure and advancement, merchants looking for profit. But the core leadership remains. Zheng He commands. Wang Jinghong serves as second. The experienced navigators and translators from the first voyage provide continuity. They know the routes, they know the ports, they know which local rulers can be trusted and which require careful handling. The second fleet is even larger than the first. Some sources claim nearly 300 ships, 30,000 men. The exact numbers are debated by historians, but the scale is undeniable. This is the largest naval expedition in human history to this point. The mission is similar to the first voyage, but expanded. Visit all the same ports. Strengthen the relationships already established, but also go further. Find new kingdoms. Establish new tributary relationships. Push the boundaries of Chinese influence deeper into the Indian Ocean world. The early stages of the voyage are routine now. Down the coast to Champa, through the Malacca Strait, Ceylon, Calicut. The fleet is recognized in every port. Local rulers know the protocol. They prepare gifts. They send officials to greet the fleet. The tributary system is operating smoothly. But at Calicut, the fleet splits. Part of the fleet, under Zheng He's direct command, will continue to previously visited ports, reinforcing relationships. But another squadron, under other commanders, will push further west, into the Arabian Sea, toward the coast of Arabia itself. This is new territory for Chinese ships. A few Chinese merchants have traveled to Arabia before, but never in these numbers. Never with official backing. Never as representatives of the emperor. The Arabian squadron sails northwest from Calicut. Their destination is Hormuz, at the entrance to the Persian Gulf, one of the greatest trading cities in the Islamic world. A place where goods from Persia, Arabia, Mesopotamia, and Africa converge before being shipped east. Hormuz. The Chinese call it Hulu Mosi. It sits on a strategic island controlling access to the Persian Gulf. Merchants here speak Arabic and Persian. The architecture is Islamic. The culture is completely foreign to the Chinese sailors. But trade is universal. The Hormuz merchants are initially skeptical of these strange ships from the Far East. But when they see the goods, the porcelain, the silk, the quality of Chinese craftsmanship, skepticism turns to interest. When they understand that these ships represent the official Chinese government, that tributary relationships mean guaranteed trade access, interest turns to enthusiasm. The ruler of Hormuz agrees to send envoys to Beijing. He presents gifts, horses from Arabia, carpets from Persia, dates, incense, coral, pearls. The Chinese squadron presents silk and porcelain in return. Agreements are negotiated. Hormuz will participate in the tributary system. Chinese ships will have access to Persian Gulf trade. This is a major diplomatic achievement. China has now established formal relations across the entire Indian Ocean, from Southeast Asia to the Arabian Peninsula. The tributary network spans half the known world. But Zheng He isn't finished. While the Arabian squadron is at Hormuz, his main fleet has continued south from Calicut along the Indian coast. They're exploring ports that weren't visited on the first voyage. Cochin, Quilon, ports that compete with Calicut for the spice trade. Ports that are delighted to have direct access to Chinese trade without going through Calicut's middlemen. The Ming policy is becoming clear. China wants multiple tributary relationships in each region. Not exclusive arrangements, not monopolies. Multiple ports, multiple kingdoms, all acknowledging Chinese supremacy, all competing with each other for Chinese favor in trade. This gives China leverage. If one port becomes difficult, Chinese ships can go elsewhere. If one kingdom demands too much, China can shift support to its rivals. It's sophisticated statecraft. The tributary system isn't just about tribute. It's about creating a network of diplomatic and commercial relationships that make China central to the Indian Ocean world's political economy. The second voyage lasts approximately 2 years, 1407 to 1409. When the fleet returns to Nanjing, it brings even more tributary envoys than the first voyage. Representatives from Hormuz, from new Indian ports, from kingdoms that decided to join the tributary system after hearing about the first voyage's success. More exotic animals arrive. An ostrich from Africa, zebras, a lion. Each one is presented as evidence of the emperor's virtue, his connection to distant lands, heaven's approval of his rule. The court poets work overtime, composing odes to these creatures. Artists paint them. The emperor's menagerie becomes famous. And the trade goods. The ships return loaded with merchandise, spices, gems, incense, medicinal herbs, exotic woods, ivory, coral, pearls. Some of this goes to the imperial treasury. Some is distributed as gifts to nobles and officials. Some enters Chinese markets, enriching merchants and creating demand for continued trade. The Yongle Emperor is convinced. This is working. The tributary system is functioning. Chinese prestige is expanding. The investment in the treasure fleet is paying off diplomatically and economically. He orders a third voyage. Zheng He is 43 when the third voyage launches in 1409. He's becoming legendary, the eunuch admiral who commands the ocean, the Muslim who serves the Confucian emperor, the man who brings giraffes and kings to Beijing. But he's also aging. Years at sea take a toll. The physical demands of commanding these massive expeditions, the diplomatic stress of managing relationships with dozens of foreign rulers, the political pressure of representing the emperor in distant lands where a mistake could have serious consequences. Still, he goes. The third voyage will push even further west than the second. This time, the goal is to reach the east coast of Africa, to establish contact with the kingdoms there, to expand the tributary network to its geographic and logistical limits. The fleet sails through familiar waters: Southeast Asia, the Malacca Strait, Ceylon, Calicut. These are routine stops now. The rulers greet them warmly. Provisions are readily available. The diplomatic protocols are well established. Trade happens efficiently. From Calicut, the fleet turns southwest, across the Arabian Sea, past the Maldives, toward the Horn of Africa. The East African coast in 1409 is home to a series of trading cities, Swahili city-states, that have grown wealthy from trade between Africa and the Indian Ocean world. Mogadishu, Mombasa, Malindi, Kilwa. These cities export ivory, gold, enslaved people, exotic animal skins. They import cloth, porcelain, metal goods. The cities have been trading with Arab and Indian merchants for centuries, but they've never seen anything like this. Chinese ships, dozens of them, massive beyond imagination. Crews of thousands. This isn't a trading mission. This is a phenomenon. The rulers of these Swahili cities are pragmatic. They understand trade. They understand diplomacy. They understand that these Chinese represent something important, an opportunity, a connection to the wealthiest empire in the East. Zheng He presents his usual terms. Send envoys to Beijing. Present tribute. Acknowledge the emperor's supremacy. Receive valuable gifts in return. Access Chinese trade. Join the civilized world order. The African rulers are interested, but they're also calculating. Beijing is impossibly far away. Sending envoys there would be a major undertaking, expensive, time-consuming. Is the relationship worth it? Zheng He understands this hesitation. He emphasizes the value of the gifts that tributary states receive. He shows examples: fine silk, exquisite porcelain, bronze vessels, silver. He explains that these gifts typically exceed the value of the tribute sent. He mentions the trade access, the diplomatic prestige, the connection to Chinese power. Several African cities agree. They'll send representatives. They'll try this tributary relationship and see if it's as beneficial as promised. And they provide something Zheng He wants immediately: exotic animals. The African coast is famous for its wildlife. The Chinese have never seen most of these creatures. Giraffes, of course. The court can never have too many qilin. But also zebras, lions, leopards, ostriches. Each one will create amazement in Beijing. Each one will serve as evidence of the emperor's virtue and heaven's approval. The animals are loaded with great care. These creatures are valuable beyond measure, politically, symbolically, economically. A live giraffe in China is worth a fortune. Enclosures are constructed on the ship's decks. Handlers are hired. Food supplies for the animals are calculated and loaded. Water requirements are estimated. Some animals won't survive the journey. This is inevitable. But Zheng He's crews are getting better at animal transport with each voyage. They're learning what these creatures need, how to keep them calm during storms, what to feed them, how much exercise they require. The fleet also loads more conventional African goods, ivory in massive quantities, rare woods, ebony, sandalwood, incense, myrrh, and frankincense from further north, gold dust, ambergris, exotic animal hides. The ship's holds fill with the wealth of Africa. By late 1410, the fleet is preparing to return. The timing is critical. The monsoon shifts are predictable but unforgiving. Miss the window, and you're stuck waiting months for favorable winds, or worse, sailing against the monsoon, making the voyage twice as long and exponentially more dangerous. The return voyage is long but successful. The monsoon cooperates. The ships make good time. Stops at Calicut and Malacca for provisions, through the Strait, up the South China Sea, the Yangtze, Nanjing. The fleet arrives in 1411, 3 years after departure, the longest voyage yet, but also the most successful. Tributary relationships established with African kingdoms, routes extended to their practical limits, animals and goods that create wonder at court. The Yongle Emperor receives the African envoys with ceremony. They perform the kowtow. Present gifts. The emperor gives lavish gifts in return. Silk, porcelain, silver jade. The tributary system is working exactly as designed. And the animals. The court goes wild for them. The giraffe is again declared a Keelan. The rhinoceros is celebrated. The zebras are exhibited. Poems are commissioned. Paintings are made. The emperor's virtue is confirmed. Zheng He is now 46 years old. He's been commanding treasure fleets for 9 years. He's sailed over 50,000 miles. He's established tributary relationships across half the world. He's brought unprecedented prestige to the Ming Dynasty. But the voyages aren't over. Not yet. Between 1411 and 1413, something shifts in the Ming court. The Yongle Emperor is consolidating his power in new ways. He's moving the capital from Nanjing to Beijing. This is a massive undertaking. The Forbidden City is being constructed. Hundreds of thousands of workers, resources from across China. The largest palace complex ever built. The move isn't just about architecture. It's strategic. Beijing is closer to the Mongol frontier. The northern border is where threats come from. By moving the capital north, the emperor demonstrates he's not hiding in the south. He's facing the traditional enemy directly. But this creates tension. The treasure fleet is expensive, extraordinarily expensive. The ships themselves cost enormous sums to build and maintain. The crews need to be paid. The diplomatic gifts deplete the treasury. The voyages generate prestige and some trade revenue, but they're not profitable in any simple accounting sense. And now the emperor is also spending vast sums on Beijing, on the Forbidden City, on military campaigns against the Mongols, on the Grand Canal restoration to improve logistics between South and North, on everything that comes with being a powerful emperor determined to leave a legacy. The Confucian bureaucrats are divided on the treasure fleet. Some see it as brilliant statecraft. China is demonstrating its power, establishing diplomatic relationships, expanding trade networks. The tributary system is functioning. Foreign kings are acknowledging Chinese supremacy. This is exactly what a great empire should do. Others see waste, enormous expense for symbolic gains. The gold and silver spent on diplomatic gifts could fund military campaigns. The timber used for treasure ships could build fortifications. The manpower at sea could be farming or serving in the army. And for what? So foreign kings perform the kowtow? So the emperor receives exotic animals? This debate will continue for decades. It will ultimately determine the fate of the treasure fleet itself. But for now, the emperor sides with continuing the voyages. The prestige matters. The diplomatic relationships matter. The demonstration of Chinese power matters. In 1413, the fourth voyage is ordered. But this time, something is different. The voyage will be combined with a diplomatic mission. The tributary envoys who've been in Beijing, from Hormuz, from Calicut, from Africa, from Southeast Asia, need to return home. The fleet will carry them back to their kingdoms, along with the emperor's gifts and official letters confirming the tributary relationships. Zheng He is 48 when the fourth voyage launches. He's becoming one of the most experienced maritime commanders in history. He knows these routes intimately now. He knows which currents to follow, which stars to navigate by, which ports provide the best provisions, which rulers are reliable, and which require careful handling. The fleet is smaller than the previous voyages, around 60 treasure ships plus support vessels, about 28,000 men. This is still an enormous force, but not the maximum deployment. Resources are being stretched. The Beijing construction is consuming massive amounts of funding and labor. The fleet works with what it's allocated. The fourth voyage takes the now familiar route: Southeast Asia, Malacca, Ceylon, Calicut, then west to Hormuz, then south to the African coast. At each port, tributary envoys are returned to their homes. The emperor's gifts are presented to local rulers. The relationships are reaffirmed. But this voyage will also bring the first serious conflict. Samudera, a port kingdom in northern Sumatra, Muslim, strategically positioned on the northern approach to the Malacca Strait. Samudera has been having problems with a neighboring chief named Chen Zuyi. Chen is Chinese by origin, but has gone rogue. He's set himself up as a warlord. He controls a fleet of ships and uses them for piracy. He's been raiding shipping in the strait, attacking merchants, disrupting trade. The ruler of Samudera asks Zheng He for help. This is exactly the kind of request the tributary system is supposed to address. You acknowledge Chinese supremacy. In return, China provides diplomatic support and protection. The emperor has ordered his fleet to maintain security in the Indian Ocean. Pirates threaten that security. Zheng He investigates. Chen Zui is indeed a problem. His pirate fleet is substantial, dozens of ships, thousands of men. He's been operating with impunity for years, knowing that no regional power has the force to stop him. Local kingdoms have tried to negotiate with him, to buy him off, but he's too powerful and too profitable in his piracy to make peace. Zheng He decides to act. This serves multiple purposes. It eliminates a threat to maritime trade. It demonstrates that China protects its tributaries. It shows that the treasure fleet isn't just for show. It has teeth, and it removes a Chinese renegade who's embarrassing the empire. Chen Zuyi apparently tries to negotiate. He sends messages saying he wants to submit to Ming authority, to be granted official position and pardon. But Zheng He suspects this is a delaying tactic. Chen wants time to prepare his defenses or to escape. Intelligence reports suggest Chen is actually preparing for battle, gathering his ships, fortifying his position. Zheng He springs the trap. He sends word that he accepts Chen's submission and will meet him for a formal ceremony. But when Chen's fleet arrives for what they think is a peaceful meeting, the treasure fleet is positioned for combat. The pirates are surrounded, caught between the treasure ships and the shore with no escape route. The battle is brief and decisive. The treasure ships have superior firepower, bronze cannons, fire arrows, gunpowder weapons. They have disciplined soldiers trained in naval combat. They have overwhelming numbers. Chen Zuyi's pirate fleet is designed for raiding merchant ships, not fighting a proper navy. The pirates are crushed. Most of their ships are sunk or captured. Chen Zuyi himself is taken prisoner. Thousands of his men are killed or captured. A few ships escape into the jungle rivers, but the pirate organization is destroyed. Zheng He has Chen Zuyi executed. The pirate's head is preserved in a barrel of brine. It will be brought back to Beijing as proof of the victory. The surviving pirates who surrender are given a choice: join the treasure fleet's crew or face punishment. Many choose to join. They're sailors after all. Better to serve the Ming Navy than die. The ruler of Samudera is grateful. The pirate threat is eliminated. Trade through the strait is now safer. And more importantly, the tributary relationship with China has proven its value. China protected its tributary state from a threat the state couldn't handle itself. This is exactly the benefit the tributary system promises. Word of the battle spreads across the Indian Ocean. The treasure fleet isn't just a diplomatic mission, it's a military force. Pirates who've operated freely for years suddenly need to reconsider. Local rulers who've been threatened by pirates see the value of Chinese protection. The tributary system's security guarantee is real. The fleet continues its voyage. Calicut, Hormuz, the African coast. The battle with Chen Zuyi becomes a story told in every port. The Chinese admiral who destroyed the pirate king, the treasure fleet that protects maritime trade. Chinese prestige rises even higher. But something else happens on this voyage. Something quieter but more significant in the long term. The strain is showing. Maintaining this fleet is exhausting, not just financially, but logistically. Ships need constant maintenance. Crews need provisions. The diplomatic missions require careful attention. The gifts need to be appropriate and valuable. The political intelligence needs to be gathered and reported. and Zheng He is getting older. The years at sea are taking their toll. He's approaching 50. By the standards of the early 15th century, he's entering old age. The physical demands of command, the tropical diseases, the stress of managing these enormous expeditions, it's wearing him down. When the Fourth Fleet returns to Nanjing in 1415, Zheng He is exhausted. 3 years at sea, combat operations, diplomatic negotiations across dozens of kingdoms, managing tens of thousands of men, keeping exotic animals alive across the Indian Ocean, and returning with Chen Zuyi's head in a barrel to present to the emperor. The emperor receives him with honor. The battle is celebrated. Chen Zuyi's execution is approved posthumously. The tributary envoys are received. The gifts are distributed. The animals create their usual excitement. Everything is proceeding according to plan. But the emperor is also distracted. Beijing is nearing completion. The Forbidden City is ready for occupation. The move of the entire imperial apparatus from Nanjing to Beijing is underway. This is consuming the emperor's attention and the court's energy. There's a pause in the treasure fleet voyages. 4 years, from 1415 to 1419. This is the longest gap yet. During this pause, the political debate about the treasure fleet intensifies. The Confucian bureaucrats who oppose the voyages become more vocal. They argue openly at court. The expense is too great. The benefit is unclear. Foreign tribute is symbolic, not economically valuable. The ships could be scrapped for their timber. The sailors could return to productive civilian work. The silver spent on gifts could fund more important projects. The Yongle Emperor listens, but doesn't decide. He's dealing with Mongol threats on the northern border. He's consolidating power in Beijing. He's aging himself. By 1419, he's 59 years old. Mortality is becoming real. Legacy is becoming urgent. What does he want to be remembered for? The emperor who built the Forbidden City? The emperor who defeated the Mongols? The emperor who sent fleets to the edge of the world? The answer, he decides, is all of it. In 1419, he orders the 5th voyage. Chapter 4. The Final Journeys. Zheng He is 54 when the 5th voyage launches. This is ancient by medieval standards, especially for someone who's spent decades at sea in tropical climates. But he's still capable, still commanding. His experience is irreplaceable. No one else knows these routes as well. No one else has his diplomatic relationships with foreign rulers. No one else has his reputation. The 5th voyage will take a somewhat different route. The main fleet will visit the familiar ports, Southeast Asia, Malacca, Ceylon, Calicut, Hormuz, East Africa, but part of the fleet will push even further to ports in the Persian Gulf, to Jeddah on the Red Sea coast of Arabia, getting as close to Mecca as Chinese ships can reach. This matters to Zheng He personally. He's Muslim. His father and grandfather made the pilgrimage to Mecca. He's been commanding fleets across the Islamic world for 15 years, but he's never been to Islam's holy city himself. He can't go. He's a eunuch, and Islamic law forbids eunuchs from making the Hajj. But he can get close. He can send representatives. He can honor his faith while serving his emperor. The Chinese ships arriving at Jeddah cause astonishment. Chinese traders have been known in Arabia before, but always as individuals arriving on Arab ships. Never Chinese ships themselves. Never official imperial representatives. Never on this scale. The local Arabian authorities are uncertain how to respond. These are Chinese Muslims, which is unusual enough. They represent a non-Muslim emperor, but show respect for Islamic customs. They bring gifts and speak of tribute and tributary relationships, concepts that don't quite translate into Islamic political theory. But the gifts are impressive, the trade opportunities are valuable, and the Chinese demonstrate respect for Islam, even make donations to holy sites. An accommodation is reached. The Chinese can trade. They can stay as long as they maintain proper conduct. They cannot proceed to Mecca itself. Only Muslims are allowed there, and these ships carry non-Muslim crew members. Zheng He accepts these terms. He sends his Muslim officers to make donations on his behalf. He purchases incense and other goods to bring back to China. He establishes that Chinese ships are welcome in Arabian ports, even if full diplomatic tributary relationships aren't possible with kingdoms that don't recognize non-Muslim sovereignty. Meanwhile, the main fleet continues its work along the East African coast. More tributary relationships are formalized. More exotic animals are acquired. The pattern is well established now. Chinese ships arrive. Local rulers present gifts. Chinese present even more valuable gifts in return. Trade happens. Everyone benefits, but something is changing in China. Back in Beijing, the Yongle Emperor is becoming increasingly focused on the Mongol threat. The northern frontier is unstable. The Mongols are organizing. The Emperor is planning military campaigns, personal campaigns. He wants to lead armies into the steppe himself, to deal with the Mongol threat directly. This is dangerous for several reasons. The Emperor is 60 years old. Leading military campaigns in the harsh northern frontier is physically demanding, but more importantly, it shifts his attention and resources away from maritime endeavors. The Mongol campaigns will be expensive. They'll require troops, supplies, logistics. Money that might have funded treasure fleets will fund armies instead. When the Fifth Fleet returns in 1421, the Emperor is preoccupied with northern defense. The fleet is received, but without the ceremony of earlier voyages. The tributary envoys perform their rituals, but the court's enthusiasm is muted. The exotic animals are appreciated, but they're becoming routine. The treasure fleet remains docked in Nanjing. No immediate plans for a sixth voyage. Resources are flowing north. The Emperor is personally commanding military expeditions into Mongolia. The court is focused on the steppe, not the ocean. Zheng He is 57. He's been commanding treasure fleets for nearly 20 years. He's sailed further than any Chinese commander in history. He's established tributary relationships across half the world. He's won naval battles, conducted diplomatic negotiations, transported exotic animals across oceans, and brought unprecedented prestige to the Ming Dynasty. And now he waits, unsure if there will be another voyage. The wait lasts 3 years. During this time, the political debate about the treasure fleet continues. The opposition is getting stronger. The costs are undeniable. The benefits, while real, are difficult to quantify in ways that satisfy Confucian bureaucrats who value agricultural production and territorial defense over maritime prestige. But in 1424, the Yongle Emperor decides on one more voyage, a sixth expedition, perhaps the last, a final demonstration of Chinese maritime power before the focus shifts entirely to continental defense. Zheng He is 60 years old when the sixth voyage launches in 1424. This is extraordinary. Most men don't live this long in the 15th century. Those who do rarely remain physically capable of commanding maritime expeditions. But Zheng He is driven by duty, by loyalty to the emperor who gave him purpose when he was a castrated child from a conquered province. The Sixth Fleet is smaller than any since the first voyage. Perhaps 30 treasure ships, around 10,000 men. Resources are constrained. The empire is stretched, but it's still an impressive force, still capable of projecting Chinese power across the Indian Ocean. The route is familiar: Southeast Asia, Malacca, Ceylon, Calicut, Hormuz, East Africa. At each port, relationships are reaffirmed. Trade happens. Gifts are exchanged. The system is functioning, but it feels like momentum is slowing. The rulers know the pattern now. The novelty has worn off. It's becoming routine diplomatic business rather than world-shaking events. But there's one new element. On this voyage, Chinese officials begin surveying the ports more carefully, taking notes on geography, fortifications, resources. This isn't just diplomacy anymore. There's an element of intelligence gathering, an assessment of what these ports could offer if relationships changed, if competition increased, if conflict emerged. This shift suggests something about China's relationship with the Indian Ocean. The early voyages were about establishing contact, creating relationships, demonstrating power. These later voyages are about maintaining and deepening those relationships, but also about understanding these regions more thoroughly, understanding what China is actually engaging with, what opportunities exist, what threats might emerge. The sixth voyage lasts until 1425, when the fleet returns. The Yongle Emperor has been dead for 3 months. He died leading a military campaign in Mongolia, exactly as he'd feared when he was younger, but exactly as he'd chosen to do anyway. He died in the field, pursuing the Mongol threat, trying to secure China's northern border. He died at 64, which was old for the time but not extraordinary. His death changes everything. The new emperor is the Yongle Emperor's son, the Hongxi Emperor. He's 46 years old, and he's been skeptical of the treasure fleet for years. He's aligned with the Confucian bureaucrats who see the voyages as wasteful. He believes resources should be focused on domestic development and northern defense, not maritime adventures. Within months of taking the throne, he orders the treasure fleet program suspended. No new voyages. The ship should be maintained, but not deployed. Resources will be redirected to more important priorities. Zheng He is devastated. His entire adult life has been defined by these voyages. His purpose, his identity, his achievement, all connected to the treasure fleet. And now it's being dismantled for political and economic reasons. But he's a pragmatist. He's a survivor. He adapts. He accepts a position in the Nanjing garrison, overseeing military affairs in the southern capital. It's an important position, a sign of respect for his service. But it's not the ocean. It's not exploration and diplomacy and commanding fleets at the edge of the world. The treasure ships sit in harbor, slowly deteriorating. Maintenance continues, but without urgency. Some ships are scrapped for their valuable timber. Others are reassigned to coastal defense. The great age of Chinese maritime exploration is ending. The Hongxi Emperor dies after less than a year on the throne. His son becomes the Xuande Emperor. This new emperor is more sympathetic to the treasure fleet, not because he loves maritime exploration, but because he understands its diplomatic value. Tributary relationships have weakened during the suspension. Foreign kingdoms have stopped sending envoys. The prestige China gained is eroding. In 1430, the Xuande Emperor orders one final voyage, a seventh expedition, to revive the tributary relationships, to reassert Chinese presence in the Indian Ocean, to demonstrate that the Ming Dynasty hasn't abandoned its maritime connections. And he orders Zheng He to command it. The old admiral is now 65 years old, far beyond the age when most men would consider ocean voyages. But he's the only person with the experience, the reputation, the diplomatic relationships to make this work. Zheng He accepts. One last voyage, one final journey to the places he's visited 6 times before. One more chance to command a fleet, to feel the ocean beneath his feet, to fulfill his duty to the empire that made him admiral despite castrating him as a child. The 7th voyage launches in 1431. Zheng He is 66 years old. By the standards of the 15th century, this is ancient. Many of his contemporaries are long dead. But he's still capable, still determined, still carrying the weight of 2 decades of maritime command. The fleet takes the familiar route. Southeast Asia, Malacca, the Strait, Ceylon, Calicut, Hormuz, the African coast. At each port, the reception is complicated. Chinese ships haven't been seen in these waters for 6 years. Some rulers are enthusiastic about renewed contact. Others have moved on, established other relationships, adjusted to Chinese absence. Zheng He works to re-establish what's been weakened. He distributes gifts. He negotiates. He explains that the emperor values these relationships, that the absence was temporary, that China remains committed to the tributary system. Some rulers are convinced. Others remain skeptical. The diplomatic landscape has shifted during the suspension, but the voyage accomplishes its basic goals. Tributary relationships are revived. Trade is reestablished. Chinese prestige is partially restored. The fleet demonstrates that China retains the capability for maritime expeditions, even if the political will is uncertain. Somewhere during this voyage, Zheng He dies. The historical records are unclear about exactly when and where. Some sources say he died at sea during the return journey. Others suggest he died shortly after returning to China. But the most poetic accounts say he died in Calicut, the Indian Ocean port he visited on every single voyage, the place where Chinese ships were always welcomed, where the diplomatic relationships were strongest. If he died in Calicut, his body was likely buried at sea, according to maritime custom. The ocean that defined his adult life became his final resting place. The fleet continued home without him, carrying the news of his death. He was approximately 67 years old. He'd commanded 7 treasure fleet expeditions over 28 years. He'd sailed over 70,000 miles. He'd visited dozens of kingdoms. He'd established tributary relationships across half the known world. He brought unprecedented prestige to the Ming Dynasty, and he'd done it all as a castrated Muslim eunuch in service to a Confucian emperor. A man who had every reason to hate the system that mutilated him as a child, who instead became one of its greatest servants. The fleet returns to China in 1433 without Zheng He. The tributary envoys are received. The gifts are distributed. The mission is declared successful. But everyone understands that an era has ended. The Xuande Emperor doesn't order another voyage. The treasure fleet program is quietly discontinued. The ships are gradually decommissioned. Some are scrapped. Some rot at their moorings. Some are converted to other uses. Within a few years, the massive treasure ships that once dominated the Indian Ocean cease to exist. China turns inward. The political momentum shifts decisively toward the Confucian bureaucrats who always opposed the maritime expeditions. New policies emerge, first subtle, then increasingly explicit. Chinese ships are prohibited from making long-distance voyages. Foreign trade is restricted. The coastal regions are ordered to focus on defense rather than commerce. By 1470, less than 40 years after Zheng He's death, it's illegal for Chinese ships to sail to the Indian Ocean. The penalty for building a ship with more than 2 masts is death. Maritime charts are destroyed. Records of the treasure fleet voyages are burned or hidden. The systematic destruction of China's maritime records is one of history's great acts of institutional amnesia. It happens gradually over several decades, but the intent is clear. The Confucian bureaucracy that controls the Ming government after the Xuande Emperor wants to eliminate the memory of the treasure fleet, to make it as if those voyages never happened. Why? The reasons are complex and intertwined. Confucian ideology values agriculture and territorial administration over commerce and exploration. The scholar bureaucrats see the treasure fleet as a waste of resources that could have been used for more virtuous purposes. Defending the realm, supporting farmers, building infrastructure, not sailing to the ends of the earth to collect exotic animals and symbolic tribute. There's also the eunuch factor. Zheng He was a eunuch. The treasure fleet was commanded by eunuchs, and the Confucian bureaucrats despise eunuchs. They see them as corrupting influences, as impediments to proper governance, as symbols of everything wrong with imperial court politics. Destroying the treasure fleet's legacy is also destroying the legacy of eunuch power and influence. But perhaps most importantly, the maritime expeditions represent a vision of China that the bureaucrats reject. An outward-looking China, a China engaged with the world, a China that sees value in foreign relationships and oceanic expansion. The bureaucrats want an inward-looking China, self-sufficient, focused on its own territory, uninterested in the barbarian world beyond its borders. The maritime charts are destroyed. The detailed maps showing routes across the Indian Ocean, the sailing directions that generations of navigators accumulated, the descriptions of foreign ports and kingdoms, gone, burned, lost. The official records of the voyages themselves are purged from the archives. Reports that Zheng He and his officers filed, diplomatic correspondence with foreign rulers, inventories of goods traded, lists of tributary relationships established, removed, hidden, destroyed. The technical specifications for building treasure ships are eliminated. The knowledge of how to construct ships 400 feet long with 9 masts and watertight compartments, the engineering that made Chinese ships the most advanced in the world, deliberately erased. What survives is fragmentary. A few mentions in unofficial histories, some diplomatic records from foreign kingdoms, archaeological evidence, Chinese porcelain in African graves, stone pillars erected by Zheng He in Ceylon, legends and folk tales. But the official Chinese record becomes nearly silent about the greatest maritime expeditions in history. But you can't completely erase something this large. Some evidence survives in China. Some officials keep personal copies of records. Some families, whose members served on the voyages, preserve their own accounts. Folk stories circulate in the maritime provinces. Sailors and shipbuilders remember the techniques, even if they're forbidden to use them. And outside China, the evidence is abundant. The foreign kingdoms that sent tributary missions remember. The Indian Ocean ports that hosted the fleet remember. The trade relationships continue even after the treasure ships stop coming. Chinese merchants, operating unofficially, still sail to Southeast Asia and beyond, maintaining commercial connections that the government pretends don't exist. The stone pillars Zheng He erected in Ceylon, trilingual inscriptions in Chinese, Tamil, and Persian, commemorating his visits, declaring offerings to Buddhist, Hindu, and Muslim deities. Physical proof that these expeditions happened, that China once engaged with the Indian Ocean world on terms of respect and mutual benefit. Chinese porcelain from the Ming period is found across Africa, Arabia, India, Southeast Asia, not just at ports, but inland, in graves, in ruins, in archaeological sites, evidence of trade networks that the official Chinese record denies ever existed. The suppression of maritime activity intensifies through the late 15th century. The Haijin system, the maritime prohibition, becomes official policy. Chinese subjects are forbidden from sailing overseas. Foreign trade is restricted to government-controlled ports and limited to tribute missions. Private maritime commerce is criminalized. This doesn't completely stop Chinese maritime activity. It drives it underground. Chinese merchants continue trading, but now as smugglers and pirates. The maritime provinces develop economies based on illegal trade with Southeast Asia, Japan, and beyond. The government periodically cracks down, executing smugglers, burning ships, destroying coastal settlements suspected of supporting illegal trade. The shipbuilding industry collapses. The skills needed to build large ocean-going vessels are lost within a generation. By 1570 years after Zheng He's death, China no longer has the capability to build ships comparable to the treasure fleet, even if it wanted to. The knowledge is gone. The infrastructure is gone. The institutional memory is gone. This is one of history's great ironies. In 1430, China had the world's most advanced maritime technology and the organizational capability to project power across oceans. By 1500, China had deliberately abandoned this capability, and in that same period, European maritime technology was advancing. The Portuguese were exploring the African coast. The Spanish were preparing to cross the Atlantic. The age of European maritime expansion was beginning precisely as China was withdrawing from the ocean. Imagine an alternate history. Imagine if China had continued the treasure fleet voyages. Imagine if Chinese ships had rounded the Cape of Good Hope in 1440 instead of Portuguese ships in 1488. Imagine if Chinese ships had crossed the Pacific to the Americas in 1450 instead of Spanish ships crossing the Atlantic in 1492. The treasure fleet had the range and capability. The fourth voyage reached the east coast of Africa in 1415. The distance from there to the Cape is less than the distance from China to Africa. Chinese ships could have rounded it, could have reached the Atlantic, could have established trading posts in Africa and Arabia, could have connected the Indian Ocean world to the Atlantic world decades before Europeans did it from the other direction. But it didn't happen. China chose differently, chose to turn inward, chose to forget the ocean, and that choice had profound consequences for global history. When Portuguese ships reached the Indian Ocean in 1498, 63 years after Zheng He's death, they found a thriving maritime trade network connecting Africa, Arabia, India, and Southeast Asia. Arab, Indian, and Malay merchants had been trading across these waters for centuries. They didn't need Chinese ships. They'd adapted to Chinese absence, but they also found no dominant naval power. No one controlled the Indian Ocean. No one could exclude others from trade. When the Portuguese arrived with warships and cannons, when they used military force to establish trade monopolies, there was no unified resistance. The regional powers fought back individually, but without coordination, without a dominant maritime force to organize resistance. If the Chinese treasure fleet had still been operating, the Portuguese arrival would have been different. They would have encountered an organized Chinese naval presence, established tributary relationships, a maritime order that China maintained. The Portuguese might have been integrated into this system, or they might have been excluded, or they might have fought a naval war with China for control of Indian Ocean trade. Instead, China was absent. The Portuguese filled a power vacuum. They established fortified trading posts. They used naval force to control shipping. They extracted trade monopolies through military superiority. And gradually, over the 16th century, European powers transformed the Indian Ocean from a network of relatively equal trading partners into a colonial system dominated by European naval power. China missed this deliberately, by choice. The empire that once sent hundreds of ships across the ocean now prohibited its subjects from sailing beyond coastal waters. The civilization that once maintained diplomatic relationships with kingdoms from Java to Africa now declared foreign trade a criminal activity. Why did China make this choice? Historians debate this endlessly. Economic factors. The treasure fleet was expensive and didn't generate clear profit. Political factors? Confucian bureaucrats opposed maritime expansion ideologically. Strategic factors. The Mongol threat on the northern border seemed more urgent than Indian Ocean diplomacy. Cultural factors. Chinese self-conception as the Middle Kingdom, the center of civilization, made the outside world seem less important. All of these explanations have merit, but none fully captures the magnitude of the decision. China didn't just stop expanding, it deliberately erased the memory of having expanded. It destroyed the records, burned the charts, lost the technology. It acted as if the treasure fleet had never existed. By the end of the 16th century, the treasure fleet had become almost mythical in China. People knew stories, folk tales about the eunuch admiral who sailed to the edge of the world. But the details were vague. The official records were gone. The ships were gone. The technology was gone. When Chinese scholars in later centuries tried to research the voyages, they found almost nothing in official archives. They had to rely on foreign sources, on accounts from Arab historians, on records kept by Southeast Asian kingdoms, on inscriptions found in Ceylon. The memory of China's greatest maritime achievement survived outside China better than within it. This pattern continued into the modern era. When Western historians began studying the treasure fleet in the 20th century, much of their evidence came from non-Chinese sources. Archaeological finds in Africa, Portuguese records mentioning Chinese presence in the Indian Ocean before European arrival, Malay and Javanese chronicles describing the massive Chinese ships. The Chinese sources that survived were often unofficial. Family histories, private collections, regional gazetteers that escaped imperial censorship, fragments of information preserved by people who didn't accept the official narrative of maritime prohibition. Gradually, the full picture emerged. The treasure fleet wasn't legend, it was history. Verifiable, documented, real. The voyages happened. The diplomatic relationships were established. The trade occurred. Chinese ships reached Africa 70 years before Portuguese ships rounded the Cape. The Ming Dynasty projected power across the Indian Ocean on a scale that wouldn't be matched until European colonial navies in the 18th century. And then, China deliberately forgot it all, made itself forget, destroyed the evidence, lost the capability, turned away from the ocean and pretended the maritime age had never happened. This raises profound questions, not just about China, but about civilizations, about how societies make choices that determine their trajectory for centuries, about what happens when a civilization at the peak of capability in one domain decides that domain isn't valuable, about the costs of turning inward. Chapter 5. Legacy and Memory. Today, China celebrates Zheng He. Museums commemorate the treasure fleet. Replicas of the ships have been built. The admiral who was nearly erased from history is now a national hero. a symbol of Chinese maritime achievement, proof that China was a global power centuries before European colonial expansion. This represents a dramatic reversal. For 5 centuries, the treasure fleet was forgotten or deliberately suppressed. Now it's celebrated. What changed? Partly, it's about modern China's relationship with its past. As China has re-emerged as a global power, it's looked for historical precedents, examples of past Chinese global engagement. The treasure fleet provides this. It shows China as a maritime power, as a civilization that projected influence across oceans, as an empire that established relationships across half the world. Partly, it's about contrasting Chinese and European approaches to maritime expansion. The narrative emphasizes that Zheng He's voyages were peaceful. They weren't about conquest or colonization. They were about diplomacy and trade. This contrasts with European maritime expansion, which often involved violence, exploitation, and colonial occupation. China, the narrative suggests, showed a more enlightened form of global engagement. This narrative is partly true, but also simplified. The treasure fleet did prioritize diplomacy over conquest, but it wasn't purely peaceful. The battle with Chen Zuyi showed that China would use force when its interests demanded it. The tributary system, while not colonial in the European sense, still asserted Chinese superiority and demanded symbolic submission from foreign rulers. Still, the basic point stands. The treasure fleet represents a different model of maritime power, one based primarily on diplomatic relationships and trade rather than military conquest and territorial control. Whether this model could have succeeded long-term if China had continued the voyages is unknowable, but it's fascinating to consider. Modern Chinese scholarship on the treasure fleet has uncovered much of what was deliberately hidden. Researchers have found surviving documents in provincial archives. They've excavated the Nanjing shipyard site, confirming the scale of the construction. They've studied the stone pillars Zheng He erected in Ceylon. They've traced the diplomatic relationships through foreign sources. This scholarship has revealed that the voyages were even more impressive than the fragmentary traditional accounts suggested. The ships were larger than previously thought. The fleets were better organized. The diplomatic achievements were more extensive. The trade networks were more complex. The suppression of this history becomes even more tragic when you understand how sophisticated and successful the expeditions actually were. The physical evidence is remarkable. At the Nanjing shipyard site, archaeologists have found rudder posts 36 feet long. This confirms that the treasure ships were truly massive. Only ships over 300 feet long would need rudders that large. They found timbers showing sophisticated joinery techniques, evidence of the watertight compartment system, traces of the slipways where ships were launched. In Ceylon, the trilingual pillar Zheng He erected in 1409 has been recovered and preserved. The inscriptions honor Buddhist, Hindu, and Muslim deities, showing the expedition's multicultural diplomatic approach. The Chinese inscription describes offerings made at a Buddhist temple. The Tamil inscription describes offerings to Hindu deities. The Persian inscription describes offerings to Allah, all on the same monument. all sanctioned by the same admiral. This is remarkable. A Chinese Muslim eunuch representing a Confucian emperor making offerings to 3 different religious traditions simultaneously. It shows a pragmatic, inclusive approach to diplomacy, a recognition that to engage successfully with the diverse Indian Ocean world, you needed to respect its diverse religious and cultural traditions. Across the Indian Ocean, archaeologists continue finding evidence of the treasure fleet's passage. Chinese coins from the early 15th century in East African sites, Ming porcelain in Hormuz, trade goods that can be dated to the exact period of the voyages, found in contexts that confirm their arrival during or immediately after Zheng He's expeditions. The maritime routes themselves can be reconstructed from multiple sources. Chinese texts that survive suppression, Arab chronicles that mention the Chinese ships, Malay and Javanese records of diplomatic missions, Portuguese sources from the 16th century that describe a pre-existing Chinese presence in Indian Ocean ports. All of these sources together paint a detailed picture of the routes, the ports visited, the relationships established. Modern scholars have even reconstructed the navigation techniques, using traditional Chinese compasses, star charts, and sailing directions. Researchers have shown that Chinese navigators could determine latitude accurately, estimate longitude reasonably well through dead reckoning, and navigate across the Indian Ocean with remarkable precision. The technology was sophisticated, the knowledge was real. The suppression of this knowledge represented a genuine loss of capability. But beyond the scholarly recovery, there's a deeper question. What does the treasure fleet mean? Not just for Chinese history, but for thinking about how civilizations rise and fall, how they choose to engage or disengage with the world, how momentary decisions can have centuries-long consequences. The Ming Dynasty was at a peak of power in the early 15th century. Wealthy, technologically advanced, politically stable, militarily strong, it had the capability to do something unprecedented, to establish a maritime network spanning half the world. And it did. For 3 decades, China was the dominant power in the Indian Ocean. And then it stopped deliberately, not because of defeat or disaster or decline, but because the political leadership decided maritime expansion wasn't worth the cost, that resources should be directed elsewhere, that the Confucian vision of China as a continental, agricultural, inward-looking civilization was correct, and the maritime vision was a deviation. This choice had enormous consequences. It meant that when European maritime powers arrived in Asia in the 16th century, they encountered no Chinese presence. The networks the treasure fleet had established had withered. The tributary relationships had weakened. The diplomatic infrastructure was gone. There was no organized Chinese maritime power to integrate the Europeans into an existing order or to resist their military approach to trade. Would it have been different if China had maintained its maritime presence? Impossible to know with certainty. But the questions are worth considering. If Chinese ships had still been operating in the Indian Ocean when Portuguese ships arrived, if the tributary system had still been functioning, if China had maintained the technological edge in shipbuilding and navigation, the age of European maritime expansion might have played out very differently. Perhaps China and Europe would have competed for influence in the Indian Ocean. Perhaps they would have fought naval wars. Perhaps they would have established spheres of influence divided the maritime world between them. Perhaps they would have developed trading relationships, with each recognizing the other's power and interests. Or perhaps Chinese maritime policy would have evolved anyway. Perhaps even without suppression, the treasure fleet would have been gradually scaled back. Perhaps the tributary system would have proven unsustainable economically. Perhaps China would have concluded that maritime expansion didn't serve its interests even without the ideological opposition of Confucian bureaucrats. We can't know. History doesn't run controlled experiments. We can't rewind to 1430 and make different choices to see what happens. We can only observe what actually occurred. And what occurred was that China turned away from the ocean, made itself forget its maritime achievements, lost the capability it had possessed, and left the Indian Ocean open for European domination. The ocean doesn't care about human choices. The trade winds still blow with the monsoon. The currents still flow in their ancient patterns. Ships still cross from Arabia to India, from India to Southeast Asia, from Southeast Asia to China. The routes remain, the ports remain, the opportunities for connection and exchange remain. What changed was human decision. China chose not to sail these routes officially, chose not to maintain the relationships, chose not to continue the tradition that Zheng He had established. That choice shaped centuries of history, shaped the balance of power in the early modern world, shaped the pattern of global trade and cultural exchange. Was it the wrong choice? That's harder to say. Every choice has costs and benefits. The treasure fleet was expensive. The resources devoted to maritime expansion were not available for other purposes. The Confucian bureaucrats who opposed the voyages weren't simply obtuse or reactionary. They had legitimate concerns about cost, about priorities, about what kind of civilization China should be. And China did fine without the treasure fleet. The Ming Dynasty continued for 2 more centuries. Chinese civilization flourished, population grew, culture flowered, the economy expanded. The choice to abandon maritime expansion didn't lead to immediate disaster. China remained powerful and wealthy for a long time after Zheng He's death. But there's a counter-argument. China's turn inward set patterns that persisted. The maritime prohibition wasn't just about the treasure fleet. It extended to all long-distance maritime activity. It criminalized the maritime economy. It forced Chinese merchants who wanted to engage in overseas trade to become smugglers. It meant that when the modern era arrived, when maritime commerce and naval power became central to global politics and economics, China was unprepared and disadvantaged. The 19th century brought foreign warships to Chinese ports. British, French, American, Japanese, they came with demands backed by naval guns. They imposed unequal treaties. They carved out spheres of influence. They treated China as weak and backward. And China couldn't respond effectively because it had spent 4 centuries deliberately suppressing its own maritime capability. This is the long shadow of the choice made after Zheng He's death. A decision that seemed reasonable in the 15th century. Redirect resources from expensive maritime expeditions to more pressing concerns became a structural disadvantage centuries later when maritime power determined global hierarchies. Modern China is rebuilding maritime capability. Its navy is growing. Its merchant fleet is one of the world's largest. Its Belt and Road Initiative explicitly references the historical maritime Silk Road. There's a conscious effort to reclaim the maritime tradition that Zheng He represents. But this modern maritime expansion is different from Zheng He's voyages. The treasure fleet operated in a world where no European naval powers existed in Asian waters. The tributary system worked because there was no competing system. Diplomatic relationships could be maintained through generosity and prestige because military force rarely needed to be used. Today's world is different. Maritime power is contested. Naval presence is about more than diplomacy and trade. The rules governing ocean use, trade routes, territorial waters, and maritime resources are complex and disputed. China can't simply recreate the tributary system with itself at the center. The world has changed too much. Still, there's something powerful about the historical reference. Zheng He's voyages provide a narrative for Chinese maritime engagement that isn't about conquest or colonization. They show China as a civilization that once projected power peacefully, that maintained relationships through mutual benefit, that engaged with the world on terms of respect rather than domination. Whether this narrative is entirely accurate is debatable, but narratives matter. They shape how nations understand themselves and how they present themselves to the world. China's invocation of Zheng He and the treasure fleet is telling the world, we have a history of maritime engagement that doesn't follow the European colonial model. We can be a maritime power without being an imperial aggressor. Whether this self-narrative will shape China's actual maritime behavior is an open question. Historical parallels are imperfect. The treasure fleet operated in specific historical conditions that no longer exist. Using that history to guide modern policy is complicated and potentially misleading. But at minimum, the rediscovery and celebration of Zheng He represents a fascinating case of historical recovery. A civilization that deliberately forgot its own achievement, spending 5 centuries in amnesia before suddenly remembering and celebrating what it had suppressed. The knowledge that was burned is being reconstructed. The ships that were destroyed are being replicated. The admiral who was nearly erased from history is now honored in statues and museums. This recovery raises its own questions. How much are we actually recovering versus inventing? The historical record is fragmentary. Much was genuinely lost. When we reconstruct the treasure fleet, when we celebrate Zheng He's achievements, how much are we finding real history versus creating the history we want to find? These are questions without easy answers. Historical knowledge is always partial, always mediated by sources that survive and perspectives that shape interpretation. The treasure fleet is extreme case. Deliberate suppression means the gaps in our knowledge are larger than usual. But that doesn't make the recovery less valuable. It just makes us more aware of the limits of what we can know. What we know about Zheng He, with certainty, he was born Ma He in Yunnan in 1371. He was castrated as a boy and entered imperial service. He commanded 7 treasure fleet expeditions between 1405 and 1433. He established tributary relationships across the Indian Ocean. He died around 1433 probably during or shortly after the seventh voyage. What we're less certain about? His exact physical appearance beyond being unusually tall? His personal beliefs and motivations beyond general loyalty to the emperor? The precise routes and stops of each voyage? The exact sizes of the ships and fleets? His thoughts and feelings about the life he led? How he reconciled his Muslim faith with serving a Confucian emperor? How he felt about the castration that made his career possible? The silence of the historical record makes him somewhat mysterious. We can document what he did. We can't fully know who he was. In that sense, he remains enigmatic. A man who achieved something unprecedented, who traveled further than almost anyone in his era, who commanded operations of staggering complexity, yet whose inner life remains mostly unknown. Perhaps that's appropriate. Perhaps the mystery is part of the legacy. The treasure fleet itself has something of the same quality. Spectacular achievement, followed by deliberate forgetting, followed by gradual rediscovery. Solid evidence of what happened, mixed with enormous uncertainty about why and what it meant. Imagine yourself on one of those ships, not as an admiral or officer, but as an ordinary sailor, a young man from a coastal village in Fujian. You've heard stories about the treasure fleet, the massive ships, the distant lands, the exotic goods, the chance to see things no one in your village has ever seen. You join the crew, you're assigned to one of the smaller support vessels, not a treasure ship itself, but one of the supply ships that accompanies the fleet. Your job is ordinary, maintaining ropes, helping with sails, swabbing decks, the unglamorous work that keeps ships functioning. The voyage begins. Your village disappears behind you. Then the coast, then China itself. You sail for weeks, seeing nothing but ocean. The rhythm of shipboard life becomes your entire world. Wake before dawn. Breakfast of rice porridge. Work through the morning. Midday meal. More work. Evening rice and dried fish. Sleep in cramped quarters below deck. Repeat. But gradually, the world expands. You stop at Champa. The people speak languages you've never heard. Their clothes are different. Their food is different. You try tropical fruits you didn't know existed. You see temples to gods you don't recognize. The fleet continues through the strait, Ceylon. You stand on deck as the island appears on the horizon. Green hills rising from blue water. Buddhist temples with golden spires visible from the sea. The island looks like something from a legend. Paradise rising from the ocean. At Calicut, you're overwhelmed. The city is huge, more people than you've ever seen in one place. Languages from 3 continents mixing in the markets. Goods from everywhere. Silk from China sitting next to carpets from Persia. Indian cotton alongside African ivory. Arab incense near Chinese porcelain. You realize something profound. China isn't the whole world. China isn't even the center of the world in any absolute sense. China is one civilization among many. Powerful, yes. Wealthy, certainly. But not alone. Not unique. Part of a vast network of cultures and economies and belief systems that spans the ocean. This is both humbling and exhilarating. Your world was so small. your village, your province, the Chinese Empire. Now you understand that the world is immeasurably larger, that there are people everywhere building cities, creating art, worshiping gods, living lives as complex and meaningful as any Chinese person's life. The fleet sails west to Hormuz. Now you're in the Islamic world. The calls to prayer echo across the harbor. Women wear veils, men wear turbans. The architecture is domes and minarets. Everything is different again. Another civilization, another way of organizing life. Another set of answers to the questions all humans face. Some of your fellow sailors are Muslim. Chinese Muslims like Zheng He. You watch them pray alongside Arab Muslims. The same prayers in the same direction. Arabic words that sound the same, whether spoken by a Chinese tongue or an Arab tongue. Religion creating connection across vast cultural differences. You continue south to Africa. Now the people are black. Their languages are nothing like Chinese or Malay or Arabic. Their music is different. Their food is different. Their clothes are different, but they're still people. Still living, working, trading, building, creating. You help load a giraffe onto your ship. This creature is impossible. Its neck is longer than a man is tall. Its legs are delicate despite the animal's size. Its eyes are large and gentle. You've never seen anything like it. You didn't know such animals existed. The world keeps getting stranger and more wonderful. Months pass. You've been at sea for over a year now. The journey back is long. You stop at the same ports in reverse, but now they're familiar. You recognize landmarks. You know which markets have the best food. You've made friends, a sailor from another ship, a translator who's been to China 5 times, a merchant from Malacca who speaks Chinese with a funny accent. When you finally return to China, when the fleet sails up the Yangtze to Nanjing, when you see the walls of your own country again, you're changed. You can't go back to seeing the world the way you did before. You've experienced too much, learned too much, understood too much about how vast and various the world is. You return to your village eventually. You try to explain what you saw. The ocean, the foreign cities, the different people, the exotic animals. But words fail. How do you describe Calicut's markets to someone who's never left a fishing village? How do you explain what it feels like to cross the ocean? How do you convey the giraffe's impossible proportions? Your village seems smaller than it did before. Not worse, not less, but smaller. You know now that it's one tiny place in an enormous world, and you can never forget that knowledge. This is what the treasure fleet did at the individual level. It changed people, sailors who saw the world, translators who learned languages, merchants who made connections, officials who negotiated with foreign rulers. Each person who participated had their understanding of the world expanded irreversibly. And this happened to tens of thousands of people. Each of the 7 voyages carried 20 to 30,000 men. Most were different men on each voyage. Soldiers rotated, sailors returned home and were replaced, merchants came and went. Over the 28 years of expeditions, perhaps 100,000 or more Chinese individuals participated directly in these voyages. Each one returned with knowledge, with experiences, with understanding of the world beyond China. This created a reservoir of cosmopolitan knowledge in Chinese society. People who understood foreign languages, who knew how other civilizations worked, who had personal connections across the Indian Ocean world. When the treasure fleet was suppressed, this knowledge pool began to evaporate. The men who'd sailed grew old and died. Their experiences went with them. The connections they'd made faded. Within 2 generations, hardly anyone in China had personal experience of the Indian Ocean world. The cosmopolitan moment passed, but while it lasted, while those men were still alive and their memories were fresh, China possessed something remarkable: a generation of people who understood the world, who'd seen how vast and interconnected it was, who knew from personal experience that civilization existed in many forms, that no single culture had a monopoly on wisdom or achievement or human potential. This knowledge could have changed China, could have made it more open, more curious, more engaged with the world, could have created pressure to continue maritime engagement because so many people had personal stakes in it. So many families had members who'd sailed. So many communities had connections to foreign places. But it didn't work out that way. The political decision to suppress maritime activity was too strong. The Confucian bureaucratic consensus against foreign engagement was too entrenched. The individual knowledge and experience of thousands of sailors couldn't overcome the institutional decision to turn inward. And so, the knowledge faded. The skills were lost. The connections severed. Within a century, China had no institutional memory of the treasure fleet beyond vague legends. The men who'd sailed were dead. Their children knew only stories. Their grandchildren knew only fragments. While China was forgetting, Europe was learning. Portuguese sailors rounded Africa. Spanish sailors crossed the Atlantic. European cartographers compiled knowledge. European scholars studied navigation. European ship designers improved their craft. European merchants established trading networks. They had advantages China didn't have. Geographic advantages, access to Atlantic trade routes, political advantages, competition between European states driving innovation and exploration, economic advantages. The profits from American silver and plantation economies funding further expansion. But they also had something else. They didn't forget European maritime knowledge accumulated. Each voyage added to the collective understanding. Charts got better. Ships got better. Navigation techniques improved. The knowledge base grew continuously. China chose differently. Chose to let knowledge evaporate. Chose to lose skills deliberately acquired. Chose to forget connections carefully built. The contrast couldn't be sharper. One civilization accumulating maritime knowledge, another discarding it. By the time China recognized that maritime power mattered again, by the 19th century when European warships were forcing open Chinese ports, the gap was enormous. China had to relearn from scratch what it had once known, had to rebuild maritime capability from nothing, had to study European techniques because its own traditions had been so thoroughly suppressed. This is perhaps the saddest aspect of the treasure fleet's legacy. Not just that China stopped the voyages, not just that the records were destroyed, but that China had to relearn from others what it had taught itself to forget, had to import knowledge that had once been indigenous, had to acknowledge Western superiority in domains where China had once been supreme. The humiliation of the 19th century, the Opium Wars, the unequal treaties, the foreign concessions, the carving of China into spheres of influence, was partly the consequence of decisions made in the 15th century. The choice to suppress maritime capability created vulnerabilities that were exploited 400 years later. History works in long arcs. Decisions have consequences that extend far beyond their immediate context. The Ming bureaucrats who opposed the treasure fleet in the 1430s couldn't have known they were setting China up for weakness in the 1840s. But that's what happened. The connection isn't direct or simple. Many other factors contributed to China's 19th century vulnerabilities, but the maritime suppression was part of the pattern. It created a precedent, a template for how China would respond to external engagement. By turning inward, by restricting contact, by treating the outside world as barbarian and unimportant. This attitude served China poorly when the outside world showed up with superior naval technology and demands backed by force. Could it have been different if China had maintained maritime engagement? If the treasure fleet tradition had continued? If Chinese ships had remained present in the Indian Ocean when Europeans arrived? Would China have been stronger in the 19th century? Possibly. Continuous maritime activity would have maintained shipbuilding skills, would have preserved navigation knowledge, would have kept China engaged with global trade networks, would have created domestic interest groups who benefited from foreign commerce, and would have resisted isolationist policies. But maybe not. Maybe Chinese maritime power would have declined anyway. Maybe the economic fundamentals didn't support long-distance trade on the scale the treasure fleet required. Maybe European advantages in technology and political organization would have prevailed regardless. Maybe China would have ended up in the same position even with continuous maritime engagement. We can't know. Historical counterfactuals are speculation. What actually happened is all we can study with confidence. And what happened was that China turned away from the ocean, forgot its maritime achievements, lost capabilities it had possessed, and paid a price for that choice centuries later. But there's another way to think about the treasure fleet's legacy, not in terms of what was lost, but what was briefly achieved. For 3 decades, China operated a maritime system unlike anything the world had seen. Ships of unprecedented size, fleets of unmatched scale, diplomatic networks spanning half the world. A peaceful approach to maritime power that prioritized trade and tributary relationships over conquest and colonization. For those 3 decades, a different world seemed possible, a world where China engaged globally without dominating militarily, where diplomatic relationships were maintained through mutual benefit, where different civilizations traded and communicated on terms of approximate equality, where the ocean connected rather than divided. It didn't last. The vision wasn't sustained, but for a brief moment, it was real. The treasure fleet proved that large-scale peaceful maritime engagement was possible, that ships could cross oceans for diplomacy rather than conquest, that different civilizations could interact without one necessarily subjugating the others. This achievement shouldn't be minimized just because it wasn't sustained. Zheng He and his crews did something remarkable. They expanded human knowledge of the world. They created connections that enriched all the cultures involved. They demonstrated capabilities that pushed the boundaries of what was thought possible. That the achievement was subsequently suppressed and forgotten makes it tragic. But it doesn't make it less real. For the people who participated, for the kingdoms that joined the tributary network, for the sailors who crossed the ocean and returned with wider understanding, the treasure fleet was transformative. The physical traces remain. The ships are gone, but the shipyard sites can be excavated. The charts were burned, but we can reconstruct the routes. The official records were destroyed, but foreign sources preserved information. The knowledge was suppressed, but it can be recovered. This recovery itself is meaningful. It shows that historical truth is resilient, that deliberate forgetting, even by powerful institutions, can't completely erase what actually happened. That evidence survives in unexpected places. That determined scholars can reconstruct suppressed history. The modern rediscovery of the treasure fleet has been a multi-generational effort. Chinese scholars in the early 20th century began piecing together the story. Western scholars added evidence from foreign sources. Archaeologists provided physical confirmation. Maritime historians reconstructed the technical capabilities. Gradually, the full picture emerged. And what emerged was remarkable. Not just the voyages themselves, but the pattern of suppression and recovery. The story became not just about medieval Chinese maritime exploration, but about how societies remember and forget, about how political decisions shape historical consciousness, about how knowledge can be lost and found again. Today, the treasure fleet is studied internationally. Chinese scholars work with Malaysian scholars, work with Kenyan scholars. They share evidence, compare sources, pool expertise. The history that was suppressed by one nation's government is now recovered by international collaboration. There's something poetic about this. The treasure fleet was itself an international endeavor. Chinese ships carrying Chinese, Muslim, and Southeast Asian crews visited kingdoms across the Indian Ocean. Connected civilizations enabled exchange. Now, scholars from those same civilizations collaborate to recover the history of that connection. The recovery is ongoing. New archaeological evidence appears. New documentary sources are found. New analytical techniques allow fresh interpretation of existing evidence. Each year, we understand the treasure fleet better. Each decade, the picture becomes more complete, but it will never be fully complete. Too much was genuinely lost. Too many records were genuinely destroyed. Too much knowledge was genuinely forgotten. We can reconstruct a great deal, but not everything. Some questions will remain permanently unanswered. What did Zheng He think about his life? What were his private opinions about serving the emperor who represented the system that castrated him? Did he resent it? Accept it? Find meaning in it? We don't know. We'll never know. The sources that might have told us are gone. What were the political debates like at the Ming court? What exactly did the opponents of the treasure fleet argue? What were the emperor's private thoughts about maritime expansion versus continental defense? We have fragments, official summaries, indirect evidence, but not the full conversations, not the complete context. How did ordinary sailors experience the voyages? What did they think about? What did they fear? What amazed them? We can imagine based on human nature and historical context, but we don't have their voices. They didn't leave diaries. Their experiences were never recorded, except indirectly. These silences are part of the historical record. We need to acknowledge them. Need to be honest about the limits of our knowledge. The treasure fleet is a story we can tell, but not completely. A history we can reconstruct, but not perfectly. And that's okay. History is always partial, always incomplete. We work with what survives and acknowledge what doesn't. The ocean remembers nothing. The stars guide whoever looks up at them. The monsoon winds blow for any sail. The world that Zheng He sailed through is gone. The ships are gone. The ports have changed. The kingdoms have transformed. The people are long dead. But something persists. The fact that it happened, the reality that for 3 decades in the early 15th century, Chinese ships crossed the ocean, that diplomatic relationships were built, that different civilizations connected, that thousands of individuals had their worlds expanded beyond what they thought possible. This can't be erased, even when records are burned, even when official history is rewritten, even when deliberate forgetting is imposed by political authority. The fact of the achievement remains, and eventually, persistently, it reasserts itself. The truth works its way back to the surface. That's what we're seeing now. The treasure fleet returning to historical consciousness, not the physical ships. Those are gone forever, but the memory, the understanding of what was accomplished, the appreciation of what was lost when the voyages ended, the recognition that this history matters. It matters for China, for understanding Chinese capabilities and choices, for grappling with the question of why a civilization at the peak of one kind of power chose to abandon it, for thinking about what China might become as it re-engages with the world after centuries of partial isolation. It matters for maritime history, for understanding the full scope of human ocean crossing before the European age of exploration, for recognizing that Columbus and da Gama weren't the first or the most ambitious navigators, for appreciating the sophistication of Asian maritime traditions. It matters for understanding how civilizations work, how they make choices, how those choices echo through centuries, how knowledge can be lost and recovered, how political decisions shape what people know and remember, how institutional power can suppress truth but can't destroy it completely. The treasure fleet is a case study in all of these dynamics, a perfect example of how human achievement and human folly intertwine, how great things can be accomplished and then deliberately forgotten, how the arc of history bends not just through action, but through reaction, through the choice to continue or to stop, to remember or to forget. Zheng He died 600 years ago. The last treasure ship rotted away 500 years ago. The official records were destroyed 400 years ago. But the story survived imperfectly, fragmentarily, in scattered sources and buried evidence and persistent legends. And now it's being told again, studied again, appreciated again. This cycle, achievement, suppression, recovery, tells us something important about human knowledge. It's resilient. It survives. Even when powerful institutions try to destroy it, even when political convenience demands forgetting, even when centuries pass in silence, the truth has a stubborn quality. It leaves traces. It persists in unexpected places. It waits to be rediscovered. And eventually, when conditions change, when new questions emerge, when scholars go looking, it reveals itself again. The Indian Ocean still connects the same lands. China to Southeast Asia, to India, to Arabia, to Africa. Ships still cross these waters. Cargo containers have replaced silk and porcelain. Oil tankers have replaced treasure ships. Container ports have replaced the harbors where Zheng He's fleet anchored. But the connections remain. The routes remain. The fundamental fact that the ocean links these civilizations remains. Trade still flows. Goods still move. People still cross between continents. The specific forms change, but the underlying reality persists. In that sense, the treasure fleet wasn't an aberration. It was an expression of something fundamental. The human drive to connect, to explore, to exchange, to encounter difference, and figure out how to work with it. These impulses are constant across history. The treasure fleet manifested them in a particular way in a particular era. But the impulses themselves are timeless. Modern China invokes the treasure fleet as it builds its Belt and Road Initiative, as it expands maritime presence, as it develops naval capabilities. The historical reference isn't just propaganda. It's a real engagement with the question, what does Chinese global presence look like? What model should guide Chinese interaction with the world? The treasure fleet offers one answer: engagement through trade and diplomacy rather than conquest. Relationships based on mutual benefit rather than imposed domination. Maritime power used to secure commerce rather than to extract tribute through force. Whether modern China will actually follow this model is uncertain. But the fact that the model exists in Chinese history provides a template, a possibility, an alternative to European-style imperialism. Whether this historical reference actually shapes behavior is complicated. Nations use history selectively. They remember what serves their purposes and forget what doesn't. China celebrating Zheng He now doesn't guarantee China will behave as Zheng He did. History provides narratives, not blueprints, inspiration, not instructions. But narratives matter. They shape how nations understand themselves, how they justify their actions, how they present themselves to others. China choosing to celebrate the treasure fleet rather than, say, the Great Wall or the Qin Emperor's conquests says something about what kind of global role China wants to claim. The treasure fleet narrative says, we've been here before. We were a global maritime power before European colonial empires. We engaged with the world through trade and diplomacy. We connected civilizations peacefully. We can do it again, but better this time, with modern technology, with sustained commitment, without the turn inward that ended the first era of Chinese maritime power. Time will tell if this narrative corresponds to reality. If China's modern maritime expansion follows the treasure fleet pattern, or develops differently, if the invocation of Zheng He is genuine or merely rhetorical, if the history serves as a guide or just as decoration for policies determined by other factors, what we can say with confidence is that the treasure fleet happened, that Zheng He lived and sailed and commanded and achieved, that Chinese ships crossed the Indian Ocean, that diplomatic relationships were established, that cultures connected, that thousands of people participated in something extraordinary. And we can say that this achievement was deliberately forgotten, that records were destroyed, that capabilities were lost, that China turned away from the ocean and made itself forget that it had ever turned toward it. And we can say that the memory survived anyway. That evidence persisted, that scholars recovered what bureaucrats had suppressed, that the story eventually reasserted itself despite centuries of official silence. These facts are solid, documented, verifiable. Everything else, interpretation, meaning, lessons, contemporary relevance, is arguable. Different scholars, different nations, different political perspectives will read the treasure fleet's legacy differently. That's how history works. The facts are fixed, but their significance is perpetually debated. But perhaps there's one interpretation that transcends perspective, one lesson that applies regardless of your view of China or maritime power or historical causation. The lesson is this: human achievement is fragile. What one generation builds, the next can destroy. What is learned can be deliberately forgotten. Capabilities can be discarded. Knowledge can be lost. Nothing is permanent except the bare fact that it once existed. The treasure ships are gone. The maritime charts are gone. The institutional knowledge is gone. Centuries of deliberate suppression erased almost everything, but not quite everything. The stone pillars remain. The archaeological sites remain. The foreign records remain. The bare fact of the achievement remains. And that's enough. Enough for scholars to reconstruct what happened. Enough for the story to be told again. This suggests something hopeful about human knowledge. It's more resilient than those who suppress it realize. It survives in unexpected ways, in fragments, in foreign sources, in physical traces, in persistent legends. And when conditions change, when curiosity returns, when someone goes looking, it can be recovered. Not perfectly, not completely, but enough. Enough to know what was achieved. Enough to understand what was lost. Enough to learn whatever lessons the past offers. The treasure fleet is gone, but the memory lives. And perhaps that's enough. there's a question we haven't fully addressed, a question that sits at the heart of the treasure fleet story. Not what happened, or how, or when. We know those things reasonably well now. The question is simpler and harder. Why does this matter? Why should we care about ships that sailed 600 years ago? Why does it matter that China turned away from the ocean? Why spend effort recovering history that was deliberately suppressed? What difference does any of this make to anyone living today? These are fair questions. The past is gone. The people are dead. The ships are rotted. The world has moved on. We face contemporary challenges that have nothing to do with 15th century maritime expeditions. Climate change, technological disruption, political conflict, economic inequality. What can medieval Chinese sailors possibly teach us about any of that? Perhaps nothing. Perhaps the treasure fleet is just a historical curiosity, an interesting story, a dramatic episode of achievement and loss, something to study because it happened, not because it matters, but perhaps there's more to it. The treasure fleet matters because it shows us something about choices and consequences, about how decisions made at specific moments echo through centuries, about how turning away from opportunities has costs that only become clear generations later. The Ming Dynasty chose to suppress maritime expansion. At the time, this seemed reasonable. Resources were limited. Threats existed on the northern border. The Confucian bureaucracy had legitimate concerns about cost and priorities. The choice made sense within its immediate context, but the long-term consequences were profound. China lost maritime capabilities, lost engagement with the world, lost the cosmopolitan knowledge that thousands of sailors had acquired, created patterns of isolation that persisted for centuries, and ultimately found itself unprepared when maritime power became central to global politics. This pattern, short-term logic leading to long-term disadvantage, repeats throughout history. Societies make choices that seem sensible in the moment, but create vulnerabilities decades or centuries later. The treasure fleet is an unusually clear example. A civilization at the peak of capability in a domain choosing to abandon that domain completely, then paying for that choice generations later when the domain turned out to matter after all. This has contemporary relevance. We make similar choices constantly about technology, about education, about infrastructure, about research, about what capabilities to maintain and what to let atrophy, about what knowledge to preserve and what to allow to fade. How do we decide what's worth sustaining, what's worth the cost? What capabilities we might need in the future, even if they don't seem immediately valuable? These are the questions the Ming court faced. These are the questions we face. The treasure fleet suggests we should be humble about our ability to predict what will matter. The Ming bureaucrats who opposed maritime expansion couldn't foresee the 19th century, couldn't know that maritime power would become decisive, made their choice based on the knowledge and priorities of their time, not the future they couldn't predict. We face the same limitation. We can't know what capabilities our descendants will need, can't predict which investments will prove crucial decades from now. Make choices based on present understanding, not future certainty. The treasure fleet suggests we should be cautious about abandoning capabilities. Once lost, they're hard to recover. The shipbuilding knowledge that disappeared in the 15th century took centuries to rebuild. The maritime expertise that was suppressed had to be relearned from scratch. Some knowledge, once lost, is lost forever. This argues for maintaining diverse capabilities, for not concentrating exclusively on what seems most important right now, for preserving knowledge and skills even when their immediate utility isn't clear, because you never know what you might need. The treasure fleet matters because it shows the value of engagement. For 3 decades, China engaged with the Indian Ocean world, established relationships, built connections, created networks of trade and diplomacy. This engagement enriched China, brought exotic goods, yes, but also knowledge, understanding, cosmopolitan awareness. When China turned inward, when it suppressed this engagement, it impoverished itself, not just economically, though that too, but intellectually, culturally, reduced its own understanding of the world, made itself more isolated, more insular, less aware of developments beyond its borders. This pattern, engagement enriching, isolation impoverishing, appears repeatedly in history. Societies benefit from connection, from exposure to different ideas, from encountering alternative ways of organizing life. Isolation, even when motivated by reasonable concerns, carries costs. In our contemporary globalized world, this seems obvious. Of course, engagement matters. Of course, isolation is limiting. But the treasure fleet reminds us this wasn't always obvious. That powerful civilizations have chosen isolation, that the benefits of engagement aren't always clear to people living through particular historical moments. And it reminds us that engagement takes work, takes resources, takes sustained commitment. The treasure fleet required enormous investment, thousands of ships built, tens of thousands of people deployed, vast amounts of diplomatic gifts distributed. This wasn't cheap or easy. It was a major national undertaking. The Ming Dynasty decided this investment wasn't worth it, chose to redirect resources to other priorities: continental defense, domestic development, imperial building projects. These were legitimate priorities, but the choice meant giving up the benefits of maritime engagement, accepting isolation in exchange for resource allocation elsewhere. Every society makes similar trade-offs between different types of investment, different visions of what matters, different priorities. The treasure fleet shows that these choices have real consequences, that what you choose not to do matters as much as what you choose to do. The treasure fleet matters because it challenges simple narratives about East and West, about who explored and who stayed home, about who was advanced and who was backward, about who engaged with the world and who isolated themselves. The standard narrative of global exploration centers Europe, Portuguese sailors rounding Africa, Columbus crossing the Atlantic, Magellan circumnavigating the globe, European ships reaching every ocean, European powers establishing colonial empires across the world. This narrative is true as far as it goes. Europeans did do these things, did establish global maritime dominance, did create colonial empires, did map the world according to their interests and perspectives. But the treasure fleet complicates this narrative, shows that before European global maritime expansion, there was Chinese global maritime expansion. That the largest ships in the world in the early 15th century were Chinese, not European. That the most sophisticated navigation technology was Asian, not Western. That maritime exploration wasn't a uniquely European achievement. This doesn't diminish European achievements, doesn't change the fact that European maritime expansion did happen and did have profound global consequences. But it puts those achievements in context, shows that maritime capability wasn't racially or culturally determined, that different civilizations at different times led in different domains, that technological advantage is temporary, that who's ahead changes. In the early 15th century, Chinese ships were more advanced than European ships. By the early 16th century, European ships were more advanced than Chinese ships, not because Europeans were inherently superior, but because China deliberately abandoned maritime development while Europe actively pursued it. The reversal was the result of choices, not destiny. This matters for how we think about global development, about rise and fall of civilizations, about why some societies advance in particular domains while others don't. The answer isn't fixed racial or cultural characteristics, it's choices, investments, priorities, institutional decisions, patterns of knowledge preservation or suppression. The treasure fleet shows that a civilization can be ahead in one era and behind in another, can possess capabilities and lose them, can make choices that seem reasonable at the time but prove costly later. History isn't a simple story of progressive improvement or inevitable decline. It's complex, contingent, shaped by decisions whose consequences only become clear in retrospect. The treasure fleet matters because it's a story about memory and forgetting, about how societies decide what to remember, what to suppress, what to celebrate, what to erase, about the politics of historical consciousness. China deliberately tried to forget the treasure fleet for political reasons, for ideological reasons, for economic reasons. The Confucian bureaucracy that controlled the Ming government after the Yongle Emperor wanted this history gone, wanted to pretend it had never happened, wanted future generations not to know that China had once engaged with the world this way. They nearly succeeded. For centuries, the treasure fleet was forgotten or reduced to vague legends. The official records were destroyed. The knowledge was lost. The ships vanished. If you'd asked most Chinese people in the 17th or 18th century about Zheng He, they probably wouldn't have known who you were talking about. But the suppression wasn't complete. Evidence survived. Foreign sources preserved information. Archaeological remains persisted. Folk stories continued. And eventually, when political conditions changed, when scholars went looking, the history reasserted itself. This pattern, attempted suppression, partial success, eventual recovery, appears throughout history. Powerful institutions try to control historical memory. try to promote narratives that serve their interests, try to suppress narratives that challenge their authority. Sometimes they succeed for generations, but evidence is stubborn. Truth is resilient. Eventually, usually, the suppressed history resurfaces. This has contemporary relevance. We live in an era of competing narratives, of historical revisionism, of debates about what should be taught, what should be remembered, what should be emphasized or minimized. Different groups want different histories told, have different ideas about what's important. The treasure fleet reminds us that these debates aren't new, that societies have always struggled over historical memory, that those in power have always tried to shape what's remembered, and that these attempts at control are never completely successful. That truth, or at least evidence, persists, that what's suppressed in one generation can be recovered in another. This suggests both caution and hope. Caution, because it shows how much can be lost when political power controls historical knowledge, how entire achievements can be nearly erased, how generations can grow up ignorant of their own civilization's accomplishments. The cost of suppression is real, but also hope, because it shows that suppression isn't permanent, that evidence survives, that future generations can recover what previous generations tried to hide, that historical truth, while it can be obscured, can also be revealed again. The scholars who reconstructed the treasure fleet's history did important work, not just academically, though that too, but politically, culturally. They restored to historical consciousness an achievement that had been deliberately erased. They made it possible for people today to know something that people 200 years ago didn't know. They recovered suppressed truth. This raises questions about our own era. We have unprecedented tools for preserving knowledge: digital archives, distributed storage, redundant backups. It's much harder to suppress information now than it was in the 15th century. You can't burn the internet the way you could burn scrolls. But we also have unprecedented tools for creating noise, for spreading misinformation, for drowning truth in an ocean of falsehood, for making it hard to distinguish between reliable information and propaganda. The challenge isn't preservation anymore, it's discernment. How do we know what's true when everyone has a printing press in their pocket? The treasure fleet can't answer this question directly. It's a medieval story, not a digital age guide, but it suggests that truth has a quality of persistence, that evidence matters, that material remains, and documentary sources and scholarly verification eventually distinguish between what happened and what people claim happened. The stone pillars Zheng He erected in Ceylon are real. Archaeological excavations of the shipyard are real. Foreign chronicles mentioning Chinese ships are real. These facts anchor the story, prevent it from becoming purely mythological, keep it grounded in verifiable history. In our era of contested narratives, this grounding matters. Facts don't resolve all debates. Different people interpret the same evidence differently, but shared acknowledgement of basic facts, that certain events happened, that certain people existed, that certain achievements occurred, provides a foundation for disagreement. Without that foundation, we're just exchanging competing fictions. The treasure fleet matters, ultimately, because it's true, because it actually happened, because the ships were really built and really sailed, because Zheng He really commanded them, because diplomatic relationships were really established, because this achievement really occurred and was really suppressed and has really been recovered. In a world of contested narratives, actual truth matters. The treasure fleet isn't a metaphor or a myth or a political construction. It's history. Verifiable, documented, real. And that reality gives it weight, makes it significant, makes it worth caring about. 600 years is a long time. 20 generations. Enough time for entire civilizations to rise and fall. Enough time for the world to transform completely. Enough time for most human achievements to be forgotten. The treasure fleet lasted 3 decades, a single generation of active voyages, 7 expeditions over 28 years, and then it ended. The ships were scrapped. The records were burned. The knowledge was lost. For 5 centuries, the achievement was nearly forgotten, but not completely. Never completely. The evidence persisted. The truth survived. And eventually, when people went looking, when scholars asked questions, when archaeologists dug in the right places, the story emerged again. This is worth celebrating, not just the original achievement, the voyages themselves, Zheng He's leadership, the diplomatic successes, the ships that crossed oceans, but also the recovery, the patient work of scholars piecing together suppressed history, the gradual accumulation of evidence, the reconstruction of knowledge that powerful institutions tried to destroy. Both matter, the achievement and the recovery, the doing and the remembering, the original events and the process by which we came to know about them again. New generations discover the treasure fleet now. Children learn about Zheng He in school. Students study the voyages in university. Scholars continue researching. The knowledge that was suppressed is now celebrated. The achievement that was erased is now honored. This reversal is almost as remarkable as the original voyages, that a civilization could forget something so significant and then remember it again. That historical consciousness could shift so dramatically that what was once suppressed could become a source of national pride. China today claims the treasure fleet as part of its heritage, uses it to argue for Chinese global engagement, points to it as evidence of Chinese maritime tradition, builds replicas of the ships, erects statues of Zheng He, produces documentaries and books and museum exhibitions celebrating the voyages. This is very different from the Ming Dynasty's approach. The same civilization, different era, opposite relationship to the same history. What changed wasn't the facts. The voyages are what they were. What changed was the political and cultural context. What changed was what China wanted to remember about itself. This suggests that historical memory is always political, always shaped by present concerns, always used to support contemporary agendas. The treasure fleet is celebrated now partly because it serves modern Chinese interests, because it provides a narrative of peaceful Chinese global engagement, because it challenges Western-centric histories, because it suggests China has been a great power before and can be again. This doesn't make the history false. The treasure fleet really happened regardless of why modern China celebrates it. But it does mean we should be thoughtful about how history is used, about the gap between what happened and what the memory of what happened is used for. The voyages were complex, neither purely peaceful nor purely aggressive, neither purely diplomatic nor purely commercial, neither purely successful nor purely wasteful. They were ambitious state projects that achieved real things and cost enormous resources and ultimately weren't sustainable and were deliberately terminated and suppressed. All of that is true. The modern narrative that emphasizes only the peaceful diplomatic aspects and downplays the costs and the suppression is selective. It's using history for present purposes. That's not inherently wrong. All nations do this, but we should be aware of it. The treasure fleet deserves to be remembered, should be studied, is significant, but it should be remembered completely, including the parts that are complicated or uncomfortable, including the suppression, including the question of why it ended, including the long-term consequences of the choice to turn inward. Full historical memory is messy, contradictory, complicated, but it's also truthful. It doesn't serve simple narratives or easy lessons. It shows reality in its complexity, and that complexity is valuable, more valuable than simplified stories designed to support particular political positions. The best scholarship on the treasure fleet now is international. Scholars from many countries contributing, bringing different perspectives, different sources, different analytical frameworks. Chinese scholars providing access to Chinese sources, Western scholars contributing comparative perspectives, Southeast Asian and Indian scholars adding local knowledge, African scholars connecting the story to African history. This collaboration produces better understanding than any single national perspective could achieve. The treasure fleet was an international phenomenon. It affected multiple civilizations, touched multiple cultures, involved people from across the Indian Ocean world. Understanding it requires multiple perspectives. This is how historical knowledge should work, not as national propaganda, not as simple stories designed to make particular groups feel good, but as collaborative inquiry, as shared pursuit of truth, as recognition that complex events require complex understanding, and that complexity comes from engaging multiple viewpoints. The treasure fleet can be studied this way, should be studied this way, has been studied this way by the best scholars, and the result is richer, more nuanced, more truthful than any simplified version could be. The stars that guided the treasure fleet still shine. The ocean they crossed still flows. The lands they connected still exist. The fundamental geography hasn't changed. What's changed is human knowledge, human capability, human choice about whether to use the ocean to connect or to let it divide. Zheng He's navigators measured star altitudes to determine latitude, tracked the southern constellations that don't appear in northern skies, used the stars to confirm their position, to verify their charts, to know where they were in the vastness of the ocean. We have GPS now, satellites, electronic navigation. We don't need to measure star angles to know our position, but the stars are still there, still marking the same positions, still available to anyone who learns to read them. There's something profound about that continuity, the same sky, the same ocean, the same basic challenge of crossing water to reach distant lands. The technology changes, the ships change, the reasons for sailing change. But the fundamental act of ocean crossing, of leaving familiar shores and trusting in navigation to reach distant lands, remains. The treasure fleet participated in this timeless human activity, did it on an unprecedented scale for its era, used the best technology available, achieved remarkable things, and then the tradition was broken. The voyages stopped. The knowledge was lost. And for centuries, Chinese ships stayed close to shore. But the human drive to explore didn't disappear, couldn't be suppressed permanently. Even during centuries when Chinese ships didn't sail far, Chinese people wondered about distant lands. Even when official policy prohibited maritime trade, Chinese merchants found ways to continue it illegally. Even when the records were burned, some people remembered. Some people kept copies. Some people refused to forget. That persistence is worth honoring. The refusal to completely accept suppression, the continuation of curiosity despite official discouragement, the preservation of knowledge despite institutional opposition. We see this pattern throughout history. Authorities try to control knowledge, but people resist, preserve, remember, pass information down through generations. Wait for times when the suppressed knowledge can be safely revealed again. The treasure fleet survived suppression this way, through unofficial histories, through family stories, through local gazetteers that escaped imperial censorship, through foreign sources that Chinese authorities couldn't control, through physical evidence they couldn't completely destroy. And eventually, conditions changed. The Ming Dynasty fell. The Republic period brought new openness to scholarship. Modern archaeology developed. International academic cooperation became possible. And scholars could finally ask, what really happened? What do we actually know about the treasure fleet? What evidence survived? The recovery of treasure fleet history is an achievement in itself, not as dramatic as the original voyages, not involving massive ships or exotic animals or diplomatic ceremonies, but significant, important, valuable. It shows that historical truth matters, that recovering suppressed knowledge is worthwhile, that scholarship serves purposes beyond academic credentials, that knowing what actually happened is valuable even when, especially when, powerful institutions tried to prevent that knowledge. Every piece of evidence mattered. The stone pillars in Ceylon, the shipyard excavations in Nanjing, the Arab chronicles mentioning Chinese ships, the Southeast Asian diplomatic records, the Chinese sources that survived suppression, the archaeological finds of Chinese porcelain in African sites. None of these sources alone would prove the treasure fleet's full extent. Many sources are fragmentary. Some are ambiguous. Some contradict each other on details. But together, they create a picture. Incomplete, yes. Uncertain in places, certainly. But fundamentally reliable. The treasure fleet happened on approximately this scale, achieving approximately these results, following approximately these routes. That knowledge is now secure. Can't be suppressed again, not effectively. Too many sources, too much evidence, too much international scholarly attention. The history that was nearly lost is now firmly established. Future generations will know what previous generations were prevented from knowing. This accessibility of knowledge is remarkable. Anyone now can learn about the treasure fleet, read scholarly books, visit museum exhibitions, watch documentaries, access academic papers online. The history that was deliberately hidden is now widely available. This represents a kind of justice, not legal justice. The people who suppress the records are 600 years dead. But historical justice, the truth they tried to bury is now celebrated. The achievement they tried to erase is now honored. The knowledge they destroyed is now reconstructed and disseminated. Their satisfaction in this reversal, in seeing censorship overcome, in watching suppressed history reclaim its place, in observing how persistent inquiry and accumulating evidence eventually defeat deliberate forgetting. But we should also feel sadness for what was genuinely lost, for the knowledge that can't be recovered, for the detailed accounts that were burned and are gone forever, for the technical specifications that would teach us exactly how those ships were built, for Zheng He's own writings, if he left any, which would tell us what he thought and felt about his extraordinary life. Those losses are permanent. We can reconstruct much, but not everything. Can estimate ship dimensions, but don't have complete plans. Can outline the voyage's routes, but don't know every port visited. Can document the diplomatic relationships, but don't have the full correspondence. This incompleteness is part of the story, part of what the treasure fleet teaches us. That suppression has real costs, that what's destroyed can never be fully restored, that we can recover much, but not everything, that some knowledge, once lost, is lost forever. This should make us protective of knowledge, careful about preservation, resistant to censorship, because we know now, from examples like the treasure fleet, what can be lost. How much poorer our understanding becomes when historical records are deliberately destroyed. How much harder recovery is than preservation. In our era, we should preserve broadly, comprehensively, even things that don't seem immediately important, because we don't know what future generations will want to know. Don't know what questions they'll ask. Don't know what evidence they'll need. The Ming bureaucrats who burned the treasure fleet records thought they were simplifying history, removing distractions, focusing resources on what really mattered. They were wrong. What they destroyed turned out to matter enormously. Future generations desperately wanted to know what was lost, and we've spent the last century laboriously reconstructing what they carelessly destroyed. Let's not make that mistake. Let's preserve. Let's document. Let's keep records even when we're not sure they matter, because the cost of loss is so much greater than the cost of preservation because we can never predict what future generations will value. Because knowledge, once created, deserves to survive. This is one way the treasure fleet matters. It teaches us to preserve, to resist suppression, to value knowledge even, especially when it's inconvenient or politically uncomfortable, to maintain diverse sources of information, to keep redundant copies, to make sure that what we learn survives for those who come after. The ocean doesn't remember, doesn't care about human achievement or human failure, doesn't distinguish between Chinese ships and Portuguese ships and modern container vessels. The ocean simply is eternal, indifferent, available to whoever chooses to cross it. The treasure fleet crossed it. For 28 years, Chinese ships sailed these waters, connected civilizations, carried diplomats and merchants and soldiers and sailors, transported silk and porcelain and exotic animals, established relationships, built networks, demonstrated power, achieved something unprecedented. And then it stopped. The ships rotted, the records burned, the knowledge faded. The ocean returned to being crossed by other ships, serving other purposes, connecting the same lands in different patterns. The ocean didn't care. The monsoon winds kept blowing. The currents kept flowing. The stars kept wheeling overhead. The fundamental geography remained unchanged. What changed was human choice, human investment, human commitment to maritime engagement. And now, 600 years later, we remember again. The ships are gone, but the story survives. The original records were destroyed, but we've reconstructed the history. The knowledge was suppressed, but we've recovered it. The achievement was nearly forgotten, but now it's celebrated. This is how history lives, not in the original events, which are gone, not in the original records, which were destroyed, but in the telling, in the transmission from generation to generation, in the stories we tell about who we were and what we did and what it meant. The treasure fleet is such a story now, a story about ships and sailors and diplomats and oceans, about achievement and suppression and recovery, about choices and consequences, about engagement and isolation, about memory and forgetting. It's a true story based on evidence, verified by scholarship, grounded in facts. But like all history, it's also an interpretation, a narrative constructed from fragments, a meaning imposed on events, a lesson drawn from the past. Different people will draw different lessons. Chinese nationalists will see proof of Chinese greatness. Critics will see imperial overreach. Maritime historians will see technological achievement. Political scientists will see the consequences of strategic choices. Economic historians will see cost-benefit calculations. Everyone brings their own perspective. That's fine. That's how history works. The facts constrain interpretation. You can't just make things up. But within the boundaries of evidence, different people will understand the same events differently. We'll emphasize different aspects. We'll draw different conclusions. The treasure fleet is rich enough to support multiple interpretations, complex enough to teach different lessons, significant enough to matter to different people for different reasons. But some truths are simple, some lessons are clear, some meanings transcend interpretation. The treasure fleet happened. This is true, verifiable, real. It was a remarkable achievement. This is true by any standard, technological, organizational, diplomatic, navigational. The voyages were extraordinary. It was deliberately suppressed. This is true. The Ming government chose to forget, chose to destroy records, chose to lose the capability. It has been recovered. This is true. Through scholarship, through archaeology, through persistent inquiry. The history that was nearly lost is known again, and it matters. This is true. The treasure fleet tells us things about choices and consequences, about engagement and isolation, about memory and forgetting, about how civilizations work and how they change. These truths are worth knowing, worth teaching, worth preserving, worth transmitting to future generations who will draw their own lessons and form their own understandings, but who deserve to start with accurate knowledge of what actually happened. The night is ending. Morning comes. Light returns to the ocean. The treasure fleet sailed in morning light like this, departed harbors at dawn, navigated by stars through the night and by sun during the day, crossed oceans that looked much like this, caught light on their sails that looked much like this light. Those voyages are long past. The people are dead. The ships are gone. The world has changed beyond recognition, but the ocean remains. The sun still rises. Morning still comes, and humans still cross the water, still seek connection, still try to understand the world beyond the horizon. We know more now than Zheng He knew. We have better technology, better navigation, better ships, better maps. We've crossed every ocean, visited every land, connected everything to everything. The world has been thoroughly explored. There are no unknown kingdoms to discover, no unmapped coasts, no mysterious civilizations waiting beyond the horizon. And yet, the human drive that motivated the treasure fleet persists. The curiosity about the world, the desire to connect, the ambition to achieve, the willingness to invest enormous resources in ventures whose practical benefit isn't immediately clear, the vision to see beyond the immediate and obvious. We still build ships, still cross oceans, still connect distant places. The purposes have changed. Commercial shipping now, container vessels carrying goods, research ships studying the ocean, naval vessels projecting power, tourist ships carrying travelers. Very different from tribute and diplomacy and exotic animals. But some things remain. The ocean is still vast, still challenging, still requires skill to navigate, still commands respect, still connects the same lands it always connected, still makes possible what would be impossible without it. And we still make choices about how to engage with the world beyond our borders, whether to be open or closed, engaged or isolated, connected or separate. These choices still matter, still have consequences, still shape the trajectory of civilizations. The treasure fleet reminds us that these choices are real, that they matter, that turning away from engagement has costs, that suppressing knowledge has consequences, that losing capabilities means starting over, that what one generation builds the next can destroy, and rebuilding takes far longer than destroying. But it also reminds us that achievement is possible, that ambitious goals can be accomplished, that different civilizations can connect peacefully, that the world can be engaged with curiosity and respect rather than conquered and dominated, that there are multiple models for how powerful nations interact with the world. The ocean is large enough for everyone, always has been. The treasure fleet never tried to monopolize it, never tried to exclude others from sailing, never tried to claim ownership of the seas. They sailed alongside Arab ships, Indian ships, engaged with existing trade networks rather than destroying them, joined the Indian Ocean world rather than trying to conquer it. This model of maritime power, engagement without domination, connection without conquest, is worth remembering, worth holding up as an alternative to European colonial models, worth considering as a possibility for how powerful nations can operate in shared maritime spaces. Whether modern China will actually follow this model is uncertain. Whether any modern power can operate this way in a competitive world is debatable. But the fact that the model exists in history, that it worked for a time, that it's possible, this matters, provides an alternative vision, suggests different possibilities. The treasure fleet's greatest legacy might be this: the demonstration that there are multiple ways to be powerful, multiple ways to engage with the world, multiple models for how civilizations connect, and that the choice of model matters, has consequences, shapes outcomes for centuries. We still need navigation, different tools, different technologies, GPS satellites instead of star sites, electronic charts instead of hand-drawn maps, digital calculations instead of dead reckoning. But the fundamental need remains. We need to know where we are, need to determine where we're going, need tools and knowledge to get from here to there. And we still need the wisdom to choose good destinations. Technology can't tell us where to go, only how to get there. The treasure fleet had excellent navigation, but the voyages ended because Ming China chose to stop, not because they couldn't continue. The technology was ready. The capability existed. The choice was political, not technical. We face similar choices constantly. Not about treasure fleets, that era is gone, but about what capabilities to maintain, what knowledge to preserve, what connections to sustain, what engagement to continue. Technology enables choices, wisdom guides them, and the consequences unfold over time scales longer than any individual lifetime. The Ming bureaucrats who ended the treasure fleet made a choice that seemed reasonable to them. But centuries later, China paid for that choice. The connection between decision and consequence was so distant that the people making the choice couldn't see the outcome, couldn't know what they were setting in motion. we face the same problem. The consequences of our choices won't be fully clear for generations. We make decisions based on present understanding, not future knowledge, just like the Ming court did, just like every generation does. The world the treasure fleet tried to connect is now connected. Thoroughly, completely, not through tribute and diplomacy, but through trade and communication and travel. You can fly from Beijing to Mombasa in hours, can video call from Nanjing to Calicut, can ship goods from Malacca to Hormuz in days. The connections the treasure fleet established temporarily, we've made permanent through different means. But the underlying human impulse is the same: to connect, to engage, to understand the world, to establish relationships across differences, to trade, to communicate, to recognize that our lives are enriched by engaging with distant others. The treasure fleet expressed this impulse in its era with its technology for its purposes. We express it in our era with our technology for our purposes. The specifics change, the fundamentals persist, and so does the choice between engagement and isolation, between connection and separation, between learning about the world and ignoring it, between maintaining relationships and letting them atrophy, between preserving knowledge and allowing it to fade. These choices face every generation. The treasure fleet story reminds us that the choices matter, that they have consequences, that what we choose to do and to stop doing shapes what becomes possible for those who come after us. The ocean waits, as it always has, as it always will, indifferent to human choice, but available for human use, ready to connect or to separate, to be crossed or to be avoided, to enable engagement or to enforce isolation. The choice is ours, as it was for Zheng He, as it was for the Ming court that ended his voyages, as it was for the scholars who recovered the suppressed history, as it is for us now. What will we do with this ocean, this world, this opportunity for connection? Will we engage or isolate, learn or ignore, preserve or forget, connect or separate? The treasure fleet can't answer these questions for us. It's history, not prophecy. Past, not future. It can only remind us that the questions exist, that choices matter, that consequences extend far beyond what we can see. The rest is up to us. The sun is rising, the ocean awaits, the world continues, and so the night settles over the ruins. The wind whispers through empty halls. The story sleeps, and perhaps so should we.